Well, good morning. We'll go ahead and start. Call our meeting to order. Friday, January 27th, 2023, and it's our school board work session with AASB, Ms. Tiffany Jackson. Our land acknowledgement is the school board would like to take this moment to respectfully acknowledge we are residing on the traditional land of the Dene people. Our mission is to provide an excellent, equitable education in a safe, supportive environment so all students will succeed and contribute to a diverse and changing society. Ms. Richardson, would you call the roll?
Mrs. Smith is expected. Mrs. Matheson is excused. Mrs. Burnett is expected. Mrs. Hardy is excused. Ms. Marati is expected. Mr. Doran.
Here.
Mrs. Sanders,
Here.
thank you.
So the purpose of our meeting is to work with Tiffany Jackson, Association of Alaska School Boards, Director of Membership Services, who will facilitate discussion and team building exercises with board members. The things we're going to be working on is policy and a board self-assessment. And we want to welcome Miss Tiffany Jackson. Thank you, Tiffany.
Good morning. So I have a PowerPoint I'm going to share with you, and Carm is graciously, I didn't have one printed for you because I was realizing last night as I was getting ready for you all that I had run out of toner. So Carm's going to get copies of the PowerPoint printed for you. So if you want to follow along with that, we can certainly do that. Do you want me to go ahead and get started, or do you want to wait a couple minutes? Okay. Alrighty, so we'll go ahead and get started. I've prepared for you guys today a presentation or some training around school board policy. And we did some policy work with you all a couple of years ago. So in preparation for this training, what I did is I went through the training notes from 2021, and there were a number of things that this board had identified as training issues. So we'll start with what is policy and some anatomy of a policy and some processes around that. But then what we're going to do is going to dig into some of the notes that we had from the last time that we came together to see if there's been any work that's been done, like, because you guys had said to yourselves, this is something we want to work on. These are some things that we thought needed to be addressed. And if there hasn't, start working on what a plan for this board moving forward might be to get some of those things addressed. As part of that policy work, I noticed that the board a couple of years ago asked for some training around the Open Meetings Act and executive session. So I've built in some of that as well to follow up on what the desires of this board had been at that time. And you don't have this next slide, but so this is on the screens. But on just as we get started, like to kind of just do a check-in with board members as we get started. Just on a scale of dog, how are you feeling today? And I'll go ahead and get us started. I'm feeling about a 3, and that's just because I was up late last night preparing for you all, but also my daughter has a big presentation tomorrow, so I was helping her put the finishing touches on her costume and props and everything that she's using today in school. So feeling a little just, and we'll go, how about clockwise? Ms. Choya? Tim? April? All righty. So we'll go ahead and get started with what is policy. Policies are written statements that are adopted by the board. They communicate guidelines and limits which the superintendent or designee and staff may take some discretionary actions. They also provide some guidelines to your students, especially those student-based policies. But they're really the basis for how you as a board govern the district. Did you know, and probably not, because what I'm showing you this next slide is out of the AASB model policies. I did look to see if I could find a similar policy for this in the Fairbanks policy manual. I did not find it, but the AASB model policies say that the school board recognizes that its most important function is to establish policies which communicate its direction for the management and control of the schools. So we, as an association, just the part of the reason that we have this in the model policies is because exactly what I just stated, it's one of those most important functions. It's how you govern the district. It's how you set those guidelines, how you set those guardrails for your superintendent, for your teachers, for your parents, for your students. It's how you communicate what you expect. That we like to say that the school board is the what. This is what we want in policies. And then the administration is, and this is how we're going to get there through the administrative regulations. So we're going to start with the anatomy of a policy. Policy composition, we have the board policy, BP. Sometimes you'll see that as a BB for board bylaw. And that, I believe, is your guys' chapter 2 or 3. One of those. For any district utilizing AASB's model policies, it's the 9000s. but the board policy is talking about the why and the what that needs to be done. The administrative regulations is that how we're going to get there. It's developed by the superintendent, and it tells how the policy is going to be implemented. So your board policies are what you as a group together are going to be adopting and working on with your administration, and adopting through formal action by the board. But the administrative regulation doesn't require formal adoption by the board. What you should be doing is reviewing it and making sure that it matches the intent of the policy. So if you have an and I've been a board member most of the time. When we're reviewing administrative regulations, when I was on the board, we're like, yep, looks good, really implements our policy well. But there have been times when I was on a board where we went, this administrative regulation doesn't really honor the intent of the policy. And at that point, the board then went back and said, okay, is that because the policy itself that we had adopted wasn't clear enough? Or was it just that the AR just was a little off and needed to be reviewed a little bit? So we kicked it back to the superintendent, and then they brought back a different version of the administrative regulation. You'll also see in your policies, the Fairbanks policies have cross-references. If you're ever looking at policies that utilize, like for other districts that utilize the AASB model policies, you'll see that it says CF for conferator. That's a Latin abbreviation for cross-reference. But those, when you'll have like, if you have a policy on, let's say, student conduct or code of conduct for students, it might cross-reference student discipline or academic performance, things like that. Your cross-reference is going to be referencing other policies that are related to the policy that you're looking at. And then your legal references are the laws and statutes, whether they're at a state level or a federal level, that really guide the development of the policy. So this is an example of an AASB policy, and just want to show that we have the number there at the beginning, the BB 9260, that is the number of the policy, and the title is legal protection. Then that body of the policy is where you see that the paragraph of text is the policy itself. Cross-references the CF 3530. This policy is also related to that risk management policy under the business section, and the legal statutes that talk about legal protection, especially this is a board bylaw, is reference to the indemnification, because as board members you have indemnity under state statute. And then you'll see the adoption or revision date. Your guys's in Fairbanks policies look a little bit different, and I have an example of that here. You have the number of the policy, which you list as the code. So in this example, it's 236.1. The title of the policy says policy or title. So in this example, we have school board committees to advise administration of the school board. The policy itself is down below in that paragraph after you see the book, section, title, code, all that stuff. Then you get to the policy at the bottom. Your cross-references are, oops. Sorry, my arrows didn't pop up the way I thought they would. So your cross-references are right there in the middle, so you can see for this policy that there are a number of cross-references of different policies and administrative regulations that relate to the policy itself, and you have legal references up there at the top. So very similar in the content between the way Fairbanks is set up with your policies and AASB people that utilize our system are set up. It's just laid out a little bit different. You have all the same components Just a lot of your components are listed at the top before the policy, where ours are kind of interspersed within the policy itself. Any questions so far? Sure. So you can see within the AASB, like policy online, this is a screenshot from a policy online policy that you have the policy up at the top with the number and the title, and then the cross references, thank you, and legal references and adoption date are all at the bottom. But for the cross references on the AASB one, they could be interspersed within the body of the policy as well, depending on the content of the policy. Mr. Duran?
Just thinking in terms of optional revision dates. Going through chapter. But as far back as I can remember in this district, we've never.
Mhm.
So I'm thinking of a policy that would add that. That's when it was adopted. That's the only entry. I do know it has been reviewed. I know those chapters came up. Is that worth, or is it? Have
Yes.
you seen other districts do? I think it's a good idea.
We are seeing that more and more. Anchorage, for example, does do that. They put, you'll see the adoption date, you'll see any revision dates, but they'll also have review dates. So just reviewed, whether it was November of 22, so that it indicates to the public or whoever else is looking at it, yeah, maybe it hasn't been changed since 92, but it has been reviewed and the policy committee or the board itself has determined that it's still meeting the needs of the district. So we are more and more seeing that, and we are encouraging districts, because that's part of what your role as a board is, to review policies on a regular basis. Even after they've been adopted, you have this schedule when you review them. And just indicating, yes, they've been reviewed. We've done our job. We have reviewed it. Yeah. You're welcome.
The information, I want the title. Probably the way I learned.
Okay. So there's a number of ways that AASB can help support the district with policy. It's interesting to think about how some of these services would work, just because you guys have a different policy setup than the way we have. So we do offer a comprehensive policy assistance for school boards. What that looks like when you utilize the AASB model policies is that we come in, we bring the model policies, we do a workshop over a couple of days with the district, and we go through every single policy, and the board has an opportunity to make revisions and edits and changes and add policies and take policies out. And then after that, we put together a document with all the changes that have been made by the board. And then you guys would go through the process of first reading, second readings, and then at the end, you would have a fully adopted current policy manual based off the AASB model policies. We do offer policy online, which is similar to the like the differences that you just saw and how they're laid out is you guys are utilizing board docs for your policies, and Policy Online is the system that we utilize, so that's just another service that we offer. For districts that utilize our Policy Online services, they also have access to our reference manual. So that's just a perk of having the Policy Online, is you could look at, in addition to having all of your policies, the board would have access to all the model policies of AASB. We also have annual policy updates, which Fairbanks does not subscribe to. I believe you guys have your own policy update system that you work with your attorney on. But just to give you a little update on what our annual policy update service is when there are changes in statute or best practices or federal law, anything like that, then AASB works with our attorneys and we legally vet we make the policies so that they keep them current for the district, and we vet them, and then we release them out to school districts 3 to 4 times a year so that districts are able to keep their policy manuals current and in compliance with any law changes. So, for example, the Alaska Reads Act is going to have some changes that are going to be required in policy to be in compliance with the Alaska Reads Act. We'll be working with our attorneys to make sure that anything that's required in statute by that is current in our policies, and then we'll get them released out to districts that subscribe to the annual policy updates. We can work with districts on custom policy development. Sometimes we have districts contact us, say, hey, we need a policy on XYZ, and we say, okay, we'll work with you. And that custom policy development also includes vetting through an attorney. Is this legal? Does this comply with whatever it needs to comply with? Yes, okay, great. Policy audits, that's another service that is available if you utilize our Policy Online service. It would be difficult for us to conduct a policy audit for your guys' just because it's so different, but if you were utilizing the AASB model policies, what a policy audit consists of is we take your policies and our model policies and we compare them, and then the district would get a report of, for every single policy, your policy is current, or it is out of date, or it is missing, or you have a policy that we don't have, or so it just gives you a report for every single policy. And then the policy library, this is something that you can access if you have questions about policies, or you're thinking about a new policy, or you want to know what's happening across the country. Is we have access to our cohort across the country of state associations for all across the country that we can get online and ask, hey, for example, somebody brought up the concern with ChatGPT. I'm not sure if you guys have had conversations about that as a district yet, but we wanted to start having a conversation about, is this something we should be addressing in policy? So we were able to get on to our group cohort and say, we're exploring what policy changes may be necessary to address artificial intelligence and technology such as ChatGPT. What do you all have? And so our colleagues from across the country were able to say, hey, this is what we have, or we've addressed it in this policy, or we haven't addressed it specifically, but here's policies that are related to it. So we're able to access all that, and we can do that for you all as well. So if there are things that you guys have questions about policy-wise that you'd like to see what's happening across the country, you can let us know, and we can get online and ask those questions for you. So, yes.
Couple of thoughts that just go through my mind, and you started me thinking about that. And when we're looking at these, in a certain sense, for the past 3 years, and particularly the past 2, for a variety of reasons, we've just had other priorities. We have not been doing a regular review of the policies chapter by chapter as we previously had done. And so one of the things, as we're talking now, that Ms. Sanderson brought to the fore in my mind is we sort of have an opportunity at this point to really look at what we're going to, and it's going to be a big thing for the new superintendent coming on over the next, probably a 2-year project to get through it all. But a couple of thoughts, Ms. Jackson, when you presented, as you were telling us about these pieces. If we wanted to change just the format, that's an edit. It doesn't need to go through first, second reading. Is that correct? If the policy's staying the same, we're just changing the format where it is. Would I be correct on that?
Yes.
Okay. The other thing is that, as you noted, we have not, as a district, during the ASB packet, so to speak, partially because we've had those resources in our district to make sure we had those updates. Where partially because of budget cuts, we keep chopping away at those supports, staffing concerns and stuff like this. So I'm just, for purposes of putting out there, is that where it has worked really, really well for us, and as a larger district, we generally have that capacity. If the point came that we no longer had that capacity, that we may want to look at something down the line. Right now, I think we're okay, but I'm just putting it out there.
So if we did any work with you on policy to change over policy, what is the cost of the services that you offer?
I'd have to look up our fee schedule, but that's something when we take a break, I can certainly pull up and present to you all.
And I'm guessing, I'm just putting it out there that you prompted a broader, longer term thought. And so I'm not advocating, but just putting it on the table, and I think you're doing the same thing.
I mean, when Ms. Smith has been on our policy committee, and she's brought forth all this, things that has struck in her mind, and, the work as it's progressing. And the fact alone that it is so difficult to access what you need, and it may, again, I'll just say how I learn and absorb information. And just the fact that, to put it in order to do the complete work so that it's accessible, it's usable, and people actually go to it and know what it says. I just, it's a long-term work, and I think that would be work over the summer that we would be putting it in, to make it happen. But, it's needful work.
So if that's something that the district did want to explore, I could certainly provide information on that, what the costs associated with it would be, as far as getting it published and the services that we provide. And I could include quotes on what projected the policy updates may be, well, for the year anyways. And just so that if that's something you wanted to explore further, you would have that information. I could provide it to you. So how we most commonly interact with most districts around policy is our policy updates. They are available on our website. It is password protected, so it is a paid-for service. But if that was something that the district is interested in, like I said, these are policies that we put together, updates based on any statute or law changes or best practices. Sometimes sometimes we end up getting a lot of questions about things, and we go, okay, if we've gotten 5 questions this month about poll voting, maybe we should develop a policy that talks about why poll voting is not allowed for school districts because of the Open Meetings Act. So sometimes policies are released based off of things like that. So either AASB has released an update or your superintendent has proposed a policy update. Now what? Your board policy says that the district administration will recommend policy changes to the board as needed throughout the year. Your superintendent should also be reviewing any policy updates that they receive through either us or through your own policy update service, however that functions. Identifying, so when we do policy updates, we identify these ones are required by law, these ones are not required by law, but are what we consider best practices, so optional policies. Your superintendent may get the same type of information from your own policy update service, so they're responsible for identifying which updates are required by law or maybe optional, and then they make recommendations to the policy committee. And your policy also says that the superintendent will annually submit to the board a list of policy administration plans to review, and that's laid out in your board policy 281. So how you may see recommendations, you probably see it in a red line version, which of course my example is a blue line version, but we call it the red line version of here's the policy update, here's the text that's going to be stricken or the text that's going to be added. This is just an example of how you might see that policy. But once you have that recommendation from the superintendent, there are a number of different ways that you may address that policy recommendation. You could process them through a policy committee first, which I believe is your practice, that you process your recommendations through a policy committee. The board could just adopt the recommendation as is, depending on the will of the board. You could review recommendations and make amendments to the policy, or you could create a lens through which to review policy, and we'll talk about all these options a little bit more. So when you're processing through a policy committee, it's very common. We recommend that boards have a policy committee. Not every school board in the state has one, but we do recommend that they do, just because, as you know, reviewing policy takes time. It's a lot of work, it's a heavy lift, and if you're doing it as a board as a whole, then it could really eat up your time, and there are a lot of things, important functions that you as a board of a whole are responsible for, that you don't want to end up spending all of your time on policy. So it's very common to have a policy committee. Your committee then provides recommendations to the board. Your committees are subject to the Open Meetings Act, and we recommend that they utilize Robert's rules just to help process recommendations and amendments to policy. This is just, I have some text in here on what it looks like what this looks like in practice. So if you, after you leave, you want to see, okay, how might I process this once we get to a meeting? You have the committee chair that says that now on the agenda are the policy updates. Superintendent, would you like to speak to your recommendation? Because assuming at the committee that the superintendent is bringing this recommendation to the committee, although your policies do say that board members can bring recommendations to the committee, the public can bring recommendations to the committee. Your policies are pretty open that a lot of different people can bring recommendations to your committee. Most common is going to come from your superintendent. The superintendent then presents their recommendations based on and why they're making their recommendations. In this example, it just says you'll see there are a number of policies that are required for adoption due to law or regulations or good practice. A board member would, or a member of the committee would then need to move the policies forward. I'd like to move the recommendation and to recommend to the school board the superintendent's recommendations regarding the policy updates. A second, the committee chair would then reiterate the motion, just following that Robert's rules where we always say, okay, there's a motion on the floor. The board members or committee members, the committee members are able to make their comments regarding the policy, and then you would vote on it. And just remembering that when you're at committee, it's not the final vote on the policy, it's a vote to make a recommendation to the board, because the board has to make that final decision when it comes to policy. Yep.
So when you were mentioning that we have the process where it can come, the committee, somebody can bring to the committee a recommendation. In essence, from your experience, what you see around the state, I'll say what I would think. If it came to the committee, if I was to steer the committee, we would take that, we would suggest that to the superintendent. The superintendent goes through the process of all the bits and pieces with management team and lawyer or whatever, and then it would come back through the committee, so there we stakeholder input, and then to the board, that it would not be something that would totally be generated within that committee or by the board,
Right.
but it would go back through the superintendent and sort of that process and then come back to us.
Right.
So.
And that's what we see most common, is somebody may identify a policy need, whether it's a member of the community or a teacher. Sometimes it's been students. They identify that this is a policy need. I've seen it come from athletic directors. And generally what I've seen in practice is the board then, exactly what you said, where says, okay, can you please work with the superintendent on this? Or the superintendent will work on this and create their recommendation and then bring it back to the policy committee. But that initial identification of the policy need can start from really anywhere.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, and I think that's helpful in terms of, let's say as a principal, I see the way this is playing out, and I'm thinking of our discipline policies where we've gone back, the superintendent went through a whole process that involved community input, et cetera, and then came back. But it means that it gets the broader view. This piece I see need, but they will do the broader view by going back through the superintendent and the administration to say anything else that needs to be done in it. Okay. Thank you.
So, and like an example that I've seen is when ASA, the Alaska Student Association, changed their basketball state tournament rules when they went from taking 1 berth per region to 2 berths per region. A lot of districts identified that became a policy need. They needed a policy around that, like who they were going to send to state, because it could end up a district, instead of having 1 team qualify for state, they could have 2 teams qualify for state, which, as you know, could really impact a budget. So that was an example of an athletic director identifying, we need a policy around this. What is the needs of the school district around this? And it getting referred back to the superintendent to work on a policy to propose to the committee. So another option the board has is to adopt changes that are recommended as presented, so not necessarily through a committee, but superintendent could, and this is if you don't have a committee. If you don't have a policy committee, it can be brought directly to the board and presented. It would be processed very similar as if it was processed through a committee, but really the board becomes a committee of the whole in this situation, where the chair entertains the update from the superintendent, who makes their recommendation, and a board member at that point would move the policy. It'd be seconded. The board members would be able to speak to the policy, and without any further debate, then the chair would entertain hearing whether the motion that is made to adopt the policy as is. During that process, it's also very common to, whether this happens at the board meeting or at a board policy committee, it's common to have members either of the committee or the board, depending on how you're functioning, to make recommendations or amendments to the policy. So this allows for personalization of the policy for the school board. So sometimes I've seen amendments be made really simply like, hey, can we add our school district name in there? Or that's not really the way we operate. We like to have this practice in place. And as we see it very common when you have the policy updates that are released from AASB that go to all districts, that sometimes districts just, yep, looks good from AASB, and other times districts go, let's really modify this so that it fits our needs and work with our legal to ensure that it's meeting our desires for the district. Process very similar, where the chair entertains the recommendation from the superintendent, and then the amendments utilizing Robert's rules are made from the board member or the committee member. I'd like to, you can see from the text that's in your packet that you have a motion, a main motion to adopt the policy, which is seconded, and then you can see the amendments. I'd move to amend the motion by adding the words "or nicotine delivery devices" after the third, or after the word tobacco in the fifth line, second, and then you have the debate over the amendment as it comes. And you process all of your amendments. The goal of your amendments, of course, being to have the most perfect motion possible. And when you're dealing with your policies, is to have the most perfect policy possible at that point in time. So you process your amendments until you have the policy just the way you want it to read. And yeah. So the final way to process policy is to create a lens to review policy. So the superintendent and the board may decide that it's in the best interest to create a lens. You could have a student success lens. Sorry, that's me. A student success lens, an equity and inclusion lens, a workforce and organizational excellence lens, a communication and engagement lens, really anything. So a gold star, if anybody can identify what's the common theme with those lenses that I've listed right there. April? They're from your strategic plan, yep. So this is your strategic plan, these are your areas that are on there. So it would be a great, if you were to create lenses, we would suggest that you start around areas around here that really move forward the work that you've already identified that you want to do. So what this looks like in practice is you would hold a workshop to develop the lens or criteria for reviewing policy. We can help you with this. At AASB, we've done this for other districts where we've come in and districts have said we want to create an equity lens or we want to create a trauma engaged lens so that when they're working on their policies, like we worked with a district a few months ago that wanted to develop a trauma engaged lens so that when they're reviewing their policies, their goal was that every policy that they would review would be viewed through this trauma engaged lens. So what we did is we went in and we talked about just trauma engagement, what the board knew about it, but then when they thought about what they wanted their policies to reflect, like if you have a policy that is trauma engaged, what does that mean? What does that mean to the board? What does that mean to your staff? What would that mean for your students? And really developing what that looks like, that criteria that the superintendent is then going to keep in mind when they're reviewing policies and making recommendations on policies. And then the board would also keep it in mind. And what we did with that board is we picked 3 policies and reviewed them, and they went, wow, our policies really just don't reflect the attitude of the board at this time, and so that they were going to refer it back to their policy committee to process some policy updates after reviewing it through that lens. So how often should you be doing this policy work? Tim mentioned it earlier, that it's an ongoing process, and it's something that we're working on a lot. This came out of your administrative regulation that your policies are any policy that's in effect for at least 6 months may be reviewed or evaluated. If policies have been in effect for less than 6 months, the school board can have an early emergency review or evaluation. But I think the most important part of this administrative regulation is actually on the next slide, and it's going to be hard to read here, which is part of why I got asked Carm to print you off this, but it's also available in your administrative regulations, is the cycle that you have for reviewing policies. So we are in 2022, in 2023, and I'm looking to see in your cycle where, so you should be this year, according to your administrative regulation, reviewing your chapter 3 on administration, your cycle 6. So that is what your current schedule says that you'll be reviewing this year, chapter 3 administration. And then, bless you. And then next year, 2023, 2024, you'd be working on chapter 12, agency relations. That'd be your cycle 7, and community. So it's just important to know where to find this information so that your policy committee can make sure that they're doing the work that they need to do. So this is in your administrative regulation 286, to see how often that and you'll see that every year there is a chapter or two that the policy, where the policies should be at least not revised, but reviewed. When to update a policy. So when there's new policy updates are released, that's a good time to update your policies. When the superintendent has identified policy needs for the school board, when the school board has identified policy needs, or if anybody else has identified policy needs, if your administration or anybody else comes before you that maybe you're getting public testimony on something and you hear the same thing over and over and over, it might be something that you refer to your superintendent to identify as a possible policy need. Other policy info to keep in mind: that the board encourages members of the community to contribute information and opinions for the board's consideration. So that's part of the reason why your policy committees are, well, it's not why your policy committees are subject to the Open Meetings Act, but as a result of being subject to the Open Meetings Act, you have that opportunity to get information from your community to allow them to contribute information. And then, of course, at your board meetings, when policies are being submitted for first reading, second reading, and adoption, every meeting you probably have something like public comment where people can comment on your policies. Prior to adoption, policies shall normally be given 2 readings at the board. And I pulled this straight out of your guys' policy, that at the second reading, the policy may be adopted by a majority of the board, a majority vote of all members of the board. The board can waive a second reading or may require additional readings. Does anybody have an example of why you might want to waive a second reading of a policy?
Just already
Consensus and straightforward, or what it?
Well, I think along the same lines, in terms of being straightforward, it may just be like an update in the law. You know,
Okay.
for instance, that is very clear, we need to do this, and it may be also imminence of time. But I think the big thing that keeps going through my mind, though, is being careful about that, because you still want to make sure that the public has a chance to be informed about it, especially if it's not that pressing and time-wise.
So, yes, either one of those, having consensus of the board or being legal requirements could both be reasons for waiving that second reading. I think it is a balance of making sure that the public has the ability to provide comment on the policy. And I would think, and most commonly we see this when there is a legal change, like if a law has come down and school districts have a very short amount of time to become compliant with that law, that's when we most common see that waiving the second reading. The superintendent may make a recommendation to the board to waive the second reading to get in compliance with whatever it is. And I've had examples in my history as a board member, and I can't pull anything out of my brain at this moment, but I know that they were generally around, we need to get in compliance with a legal change that has just happened, and we have a short amount of time to do that.
So I think sometimes one of those imminent things might be that contract negotiations may impact, and I'm thinking of a specific one in our district where regarding principals and tenure, the board adopted a policy erroneously and was not in keeping with the commissioner's decision, that they just didn't know that it had been there. But we settled it out, we've worked it into negotiations, and then brought it back with the updated policy. And that, it did go through 2 readings, but could have been done otherwise. But I'm thinking that would have been something, it kind of hits that correction that was done. And it was just the smoothest way to do it for everybody and stuff. I do have a question on consensus. I'm leery of saying that is a reason to waive second reading, because often enough we do have a policy that first time through, yeah, we're all in line with it. I mean, it needs to be done, it's appropriate and whatever. But we've had conversations before, we are in consensus, but to give the public notice and opportunity to weigh in is my concern of just saying, because we are in agreement as a board, doesn't necessarily mean that the public is informed. But that shouldn't be a reason to waive it. It should be the other things that you're talking about.
Right.
Anyway.
So I would say follow your policy. Your policy says that it will normally be given 2 readings. So I would just say, unless you have good reason to waive that second reading, that your policy says it will normally be given 2 readings. And it should be like a good reason why you might waive that second one. Most commonly being a legal requirement. But even consensus, I mean, even when you have that legal requirement, or for whatever reason the board may decide it is in the best interest of the district, because that's the big question, is this in the best interest of the district to waive a second reading? One, is it best practice for us to waive this policy? 2, your public should be given an opportunity, even at that meeting, to provide their public comment and weigh in on the policy itself. So it's weighing, is this the best interest of the district, or? not.
Tiffany, can you ask your question again? I think I had a thought, but I need to hear your question again.
The question was why you might waive a second reading of the policy. On the flip side, you might require additional readings of the policy. I've been on a board where we've said, nope, this policy really isn't saying that what we need, and we did not have a policy committee, so this is kind of where you might see it'd be beneficial to have a policy committee. My board did not, so we acted as a committee of the whole, and we had a policy come before us, and we're like, it just does not say what we want it to say, and we kicked it back. And they brought it back, and no, it's still not quite right, and we kicked it back. And I think 7 times this policy came before the board went, yes, this is the policy that we want. And part of that was the board just not being clear enough in what they were saying and what they wanted as far as a policy. But had we had a policy committee, it could have been hashed out at a committee level before it was ever brought to the board. But there's opportunities for the board to have additional readings than just the 2. Yes.
Just if you could address a little bit your experience and what you've seen around, is that linking policy and AR, most of the time, and I guess if the policy is clear, then just going for the AR, the AR being done by the administration, and we're aware of it, we're reviewed it, whatever. The balance between sometimes, and I'm not just our current board, but I've watched this over the years, the policy and the AR have come together. The board is not approving the AR, but they understand how the administration is looking at the administration of that, the implementation of that policy. And that has weighed in on the board discussion. I'm thinking particularly when we did a lot of discipline, we redid our discipline chapter. And the AR discussion was very helpful. A lot of that was done in work session, but they came together. The AR is information, the policy for action.
Mm-hmm.
If you
I would say that's common.
comment.
Yep. Especially if you're working from a policy that's, you're not creating it out of thin air, not thin air, but not a brand new policy. If you have an existing policy that you're tweaking and working on and revising, that there's probably a lot of ideas around, well, what's that going to look like in the administrative regulation? And if the superintendent is making a recommendation to the policy committee on the policy itself, then they're probably also having ideas like, and if this is the policy and this is how we would implement it. So I would say that's very common to see them presented together, so the board would know, okay, yep, this is what we're voting on, this is the what that we want, and we see this is the how it's going to be implemented.
Great, thank you.
And this kind of leads into the other policy information to keep in mind, that once your policies are amended, it is on the superintendent or designee to make sure that any corresponding AR ensures that they conform to the intent of the policy. The superintendent is responsible for preserving the policies adopted by the board and ensuring that they're accessible to the schools, the staff, the public, via methods that include posting on the district website or your policy, like your board docs. That often gets delegated out to another staff member, but it's your superintendent that's responsible for ensuring that everybody has access to that policy. And that's identified in your policy, that the superintendent will get that done. So what happens after the board has done its work to adopt policy? Like I just said, the superintendent works on any ARs. If you utilize AASB's policy service, which Fairbanks does not, the policy would need to get sent to us for publishing. I'm sure that you have a procedure that's in place to gets your policies published online for board docs, and then your superintendent shares it with the staff, students, the public, to make sure that the stakeholders in the education know about that new policy. So, Ms. Sanderson, we've been going for about an hour. Do you want me to keep on going? I'm going to switch gears a little bit, or do you want to take a short break, or what do you want? Okay.
It's like a test, how many people can text me and call me in 1 hour. And it's not my kid's school, I don't want to know.
Okay. Well, why don't we go ahead and move on? So what we're going to do is we're going to be revisiting some of the bylaws and questions from 2021. And so the first one that I thought we would revisit is policy 220. And I think this is on board composition. The Fairbanks North Star Borough School District is governed by a school board consisting of 7 members, each of whom is elected for a 3-year term on a rotating basis. In addition, the board shall appoint at least 1, but no more than 2 advisory members from military reservations on which the district operates schools. The board shall also appoint an advisory member from the Regional Student Council, and advisory members may participate in the work of the board and may deliberate and debate matters brought to the attention of the board. The student representative and advisory members from military reservations may cast an advisory vote, but an advisory vote is not counted in determining the disposition of the board matters. So, questions that you had a couple of years ago were, is there an opportunity for the board to appoint an Alaska Native representative from an advisory seat, having representation from the community without having a vote but having a voice? You also talked about, it says military reservation and possibly it should be military installation. And just a little bit of history was that there was an elective Alaska Native board member, but currently there is not. So just kind of when we look at this policy, are these still questions that you want addressed by the policy committee? Are there other questions in addition or substituting that you might want to address by this policy? Is it good as it is? What comes to mind as we look at this now?
Well, one of the things that we used to say when we were NEA, we used to say we can't be the NEA of everything. So we can't have everybody on our board. Not that we want to be closed or peer closed, but the more voices sometimes, our student rep, they have been very instrumental, articulate in their presentation and in their debate and deliberation with us. And our military, because of current policies around the nation and things that they're involved in, they're with us somewhat, but their duties are stretching them in other ways. And they are a part of our committee and, they give voice. And I think sometimes our debate is so involved and rigorous sometimes that, they probably for them, it's like, that's a no-brainer or whatever. So it's just, I think this board is working well with the number of people that we have, with the cross-section of how it's set up so far. So that's my only thoughts on it.
A couple of things. Last time we had a meeting with the Fairbanks Native Association, and we have an implementation agreement with them. Question came up about advisory member, and even in that discussion, at that time I was board president. But when we raised the question of, then if we have this, how many and who all got through, they understood at that time that having a specific Alaska Native advisory member could be problematic, and basically they agreed with us that, as long as we have enough opportunities for a voice to be heard, and kind of working with that within that implementation agreement on consultation and a lot of different ways that happens. I believe on the question for the military reservation versus installation, I think Sharon Tuttle at that time had researched it, and it was a official term to use reservation, and that's why that was in. No, I turned it off. I'm muted, so I don't know. But it's something over. It's that mic. But I think that was actually checked at the time and confirmed that that was the official term. I think it was, if I remember, the conversation might have even been state designation. And then for the last one, we do have a member now who has Alaska Native identity. So, but that is one of those issues that, who gets elected and stuff like that. But just to that issue, not that we can determine who's elected to the board or not, but on the first two.
I always tell them if they want native representation, Choctaw and Cherokee, I don't know what else to say. It's just in this package.
Alrighty, so I'm just taking notes so I can help report out after. It sounds like the military reservation installation thing has been resolved, and identifying that reservation is the correct. Good morning, ladies. We're just reviewing some of the policies that we reviewed a couple of years ago. And some of the questions that came up a couple years ago to see where the board is now. Are these still needs that the board wants addressed? Or have they kind of been resolved already? So what I'm hearing just from the conversation, talking about whether there's a need for an Alaska Native advisory seat, is that perhaps that need is, or that desire is no longer there because you feel like you have the ability for voices to be heard at the meetings, like that there's an ability for public comment or for whether through the board or whoever.
And I think another, if I might, significant thing that has changed since that review is under the previous superintendent, that as she worked with the Fairbanks Native Association, is now part of the implementation agreement that was brought back to the information of the board, is that on each committee, FNA has the opportunity to appoint a representative. So that has broadened that voice out, if you want. But that's part of that agreement.
Okay.
Did you say that the board does not want an advisory member? Oh, could you repeat what you said? I'm sorry, I missed that.
Sure. I just had my computer crash on me, so just a minute. Sorry about that.
Thanks.
All those notes that I just took are gone because it crashed. Okay. So my notes are gone, but just recapping what I think I heard, what we're reviewing, board policy 220, talking about board composition. And there were a couple questions from a couple of years ago. One was, why is it military reservation, not installation? It sounds like some research has been done on that, and military reservation is the appropriate terminology to be used in this policy. The second question was, would there be an opportunity for the board to appoint an Alaska Native representative as an advisory seat? And just recapping some of the conversation, and this is going from memory now, is that similar to like what other organizations have said, you can't be like, and was it the NEA that you were talking about? You can't be the NEA of everybody. Like, so you have elected officials, you have the opportunity for Alaska Native people to run and be on your board. You have the opportunity for Alaska Native voices to be heard in, like through public comment and other opportunities like that. And there have been conversations with the Fairbanks Native Association where they've asked about advisory seats, but they also understand that the size of the board and I missed part of that, Tim. Like I said, I'm just going from memory now, but what perhaps at this point there may not be the need to have a specific Alaska Native advisory seat on the board, because it's just not as big a need as it possibly was a couple of years ago.
The other thing I'll add, Ms. Jackson, is that the Alaska Native Ed division or department head, they also have access, we have access and they have access to us is through the A&E Parent PAC committee, and they oftentimes do whatever concern or something, and we can also network with them through that. So a lot of information comes through the NEA Family PAC and the Migrant Ed PAC. So those are two other sources that we can network with, and they can, network with us also.
But that being said, the A&E did request Alaska Native Advisory member on the board. So I think that regardless of all of these avenues that we have, having someone represented on the board shows that we value them, just like we value our military members. So we have, if the argument is that they can do public comment and they can run for office or other avenues to hear their voices, so do military members. So I think as much as we value our military members, which we do, I think we need to show that value to the Alaska Native community. And again, whether we have other avenues, we also have other avenues for military. I think it's only fair to show the same value.
And the other piece that, just recapturing our conversation, is that our implementation agreement with with Fairbanks Native Association includes that they can appoint a representative to each of our committees, our board committees. And that was put in place by the superintendent since our conversation, so.
Thanks. I just wanted to say this is probably not the right time to hold out the whole entire debate as to whether or not we need that person. But I think because you weren't here, you don't understand, like Ms. Jackson just wants to know, hey, this was something that you guys had going on. Have you done anything with it? What has that been resolved? And so, no. I guess we haven't done anything with it, and it, you know, it's still something that we don't have consensus or agreement about. That's all. We're just trying to kind of see things, and you guys missed why we were bringing up that topic in the first place, so that's all.
Thanks for catching us up, April. What I was responding to was Mr. Doran's feedback on why we don't need it, and I felt that then it was an opportunity to give my opinion on that as well.
And so today, what we're doing is this large overview of where we are on policy, what we need to do, and how the scope of the work is huge, and the resources that AASB can provide for us. So we've asked previously, like, and you'll see it in your slides on the earlier pages, what they can do for us. They showed a different format of what it could look like, because you know how complicated ours are. You try to find something and it's too much. And so we have wanted to do this work, but we're gonna have to take some look at budget and a bunch of other things, but it's work that has to be done to make everything more smoother. There are issues that are out in our community, and if we had a policy that addressed it, that was clear, that all of our principals had it, then they could work from the policy and say, this, thus saith the policy. But because some haven't been reviewed, haven't been rewritten, haven't been updated, that's the scope of the work of these next 2 days, and then we'll go from there with recommendations.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
To Mr. Johnson?
Both of
Sure.
you.
Oh, go ahead.
So are we the only school district that doesn't use AASB policies?
I wouldn't know that.
Think so.
Are we, so is that part of the discussion this next 2 days? Is that
Well,
maybe
Matt's,
we're gonna use AASB
Matt's is
policies?
not a member, but when
Yeah.
they were a member, they utilized,
Yeah.
so they have the same structure. So they're not utilizing us right now
But of AASB membership, which is
of AASB
all
membership,
but
yes.
one district in the state, I think.
Yes.
Then we're the only ones that don't use AASB policies. What is it called?
The policy online and model policies.
Yeah. And so will that be something that we're discussing over the next 2 days?
We sort of did discuss it, but
Oh, okay.
sure,
What-
everything's,
sorry.
it's a broad discussion so that we walk away with a plan on what we want to do and how we want to approach it.
Okay.
And at one of the breaks, I promise to look at some of the cost information on what it may cost to sign up and participate in policy online. So that's information that I will be looking up during one of our breaks. So as far as for policy 220, thank you, Ms. Smith, for kind of bringing us back. What I'm going to just include in my notes is that information has been, or research has been done on the military reservation versus installation piece, and that reservation is the terminology that's appropriate in this place, and that you, excuse me, as to the question about an advisory seat, that it sounds like there's room for more conversation when you come to a policy committee on this one, in this area. Does that sound accurate? Okay. So next we have policy 221. The powers and duties of the board are defined in state statute. This board considers that its most important functions fall into the following categories: policy making, and I'm not going to read that whole thing, you have it there. Educational planning and appraisals, I am going to read this one. I'll read the next one. Staffing and appraisal. The board is responsible for employing the staff necessary for carrying out the instructional program and establishing salaries and salary schedules and other terms and conditions of employment, as well as for personnel policies, district-wide and application. The board is responsible for appraising the effectiveness of its staff by providing further regular evaluation. And then on the next slide, you'll see it continues with financial resources, school facilities, communication with the public, and your judicial function. Now, the reason that I read that number 3 is the question that came up a couple of years ago was about the board only employs one employee, and that's the superintendent. So was this, and I put that section under the question, was this pertaining to the bargaining agreement, but it revisiting this policy and whether it was appropriate for the bylaw to have this under staffing and appraisal as a function of the board.
Yeah, that is very interesting because we don't get to weigh in on things like that even when they come before us, but our only staff is our superintendent.
Do we,
But we-
oh, sorry.
But we do, our instructional program would be our curriculum. I don't know, what's other opinions? Go ahead, Ms. Smith, then Ms. Hardy, and then Ms. Marati.
Thank you. I mean, I'm not sure what the question is asking, like, is it pertaining to the bargaining agreement? Like, we are responsible for the bargaining agreement. That seems to be straightforward. That's what it says, establishing the salaries, the schedules, and the terms of condition of employment. That's what the bargaining agreement is. And we do that because we designate a bargaining team and we set our priorities and we make sure that's happening. I think a lot of our job is to make sure it's happening or like to put something into motion, but we don't do that work. Like where it says appraising the effectiveness by providing for their evaluation. Well, we provide for it because it's in our duties that we gave to the superintendent. Just like we established the salaries because we told someone to establish the salaries. So, I don't know, I think we do that.
So my question is, if the point of this is to like clarify and make sure our policies are like tight and clear, what do other boards have underneath that? Because when I read that, it does sound like we manage more employees than our just one. How have other people attacked that?
So typically what we see, and let me see if I can, I'll show you an example. Role of the board. So you can, it's hard to see up there, but talking about the role of the board is responsible for the general control and direction of the education in the district and is empowered to carry on finance and any program or activity that's not in conflict with or inconsistent with preempted by law. Talks about the governance functions, executive functions, and judicial functions. We don't see it talking about a role with staff because the only employee of the school board is the superintendent. And so that's typically what we would see in our model policies, is that the only employee of the school board is the superintendent. So we don't see these staffing and appraisal things under a role of the school board. We see them in policy. We see that there are staff sections in policy that talk about the evaluation and things like that, but it's not listed as a role of the board.
It seems in some ways we're parsing words because in terms of this responsibility and our duty is that we do, by state law, have to approve the hiring of certified staff. As part of this, we do have to sign off and agree to the negotiated agreements, which is a big focus of this. In a sense, they are all our employees. The superintendent is really the only one that we supervise. And when we talk about that, I mean, we loosely say they're our only employee. They're not. They're the only one, and they're not even the ones that we necessarily directly negotiate with to set salary and schedules. This board, or in our district, there have been times long ago when a board member or two sat on the negotiating team, especially with principals. That was very common. It's been probably 20 years now that a board member has not sat on negotiations. And we've done separately, and we let administration negotiate. But I think we're parsing words because we do have responsibilities under this for those agreements that we have to approve. We do have to, by state law, approve the hiring of certified staff. So and they're all our employees. We just don't supervise them. And we make that distinction in policy.
Ms. Hardy, then I'll speak, and then Ms. Moretti.
I guess my thing is though, but we don't hire them. The superintendent hires them. We get a thing of already hired employees that says, here's who we hired, here's who's resigned, but we don't get inside there. We've delegated that authority to the superintendent to manage the functions of the district, and we shouldn't be dipping our hands into a lot of those things unless it's a specific concern or grievance brought before the board, if we're trusting our superintendent. And I think that's kind of, we have a lot of policies and a lot of things, and if somebody who's reading it who's not one of us can interpret it that way, that's a problem. If we're going through the work to fix the policies, we should make them clear and concise so that someone who is not well informed can clearly understand. Where if I wasn't well informed, I'd read this and think the board manages all of the employment of the district.
In terms of what Sanderson said, we're taking a broad view of these things, so I don't want to, as we go through, and this is probably a 2-year process minimum, if we can word policies better for clarity at some point, but do keep in mind that we actually, and when we get personnel, we have one action report which we actually have to approve, and that's all certified staff, and it's required by state law that the school boards take action on. That is effectively just a recommendation from the superintendent, and the logistics of that is all administrative. Support personnel is a separate, they're not certified, we don't have to, so that's an information report to us, and we only acknowledge that we've received that information. So we have those distinctions, but we do have a responsibility to take action for certified staff. And I think that's what's here, as well as, we don't do all the evaluations of them. That's all administration and stuff like that. So I think we have some clarity, but down the line, we should see with the big lens when we get to these, can we word them better? Most of these were done decades ago. And even though updates have been done, that, so I think point well taken with that as we go through. But for our purposes, we do have those duties.
I just want to say it can be perceived that we have the duties when we approve our agenda. But, I can't tell a facilities maintenance person, Director Coriel, I can't tell her anything about how she's managing something. I just sent her an email about a custodial concern. I can send her concerns, I can send her things to make her aware, but I can't tell her, so I think that, and take a zealous board member who would interpret this and say, how come we're not doing this? This is our duty, this is our job. And it makes us veer. And when we okay that report, I guess you pull something out, but we're pulling out the report. And we're not always, we don't even know all the things that's about that report. We look at it and we see names, but there are things that we still don't know. So I guess the clarification part, because I want to stay in my lane and I want to put my energy where I need to put my energy. So I think that's why this work is important.
This is a good discussion. I find myself leaning towards everybody right now. But just in regards to and only employing the staff, it sounds like best practice, according to AASB's policies, and what we practice, because we really don't get that report until after these people have been hired, so that we are not employing them, we're confirming afterwards, is that staffing is not included as a role of the board. And so it sounds like if that's best practice and that's what we are practicing, maybe we need to align our policy with that.
If I could just say,
So we just, in the larger
Right.
scope, we'll just move on.
right, but in the large scope, just a correction. Though we approve the hire for certified staff after their start date, legally, until we approve that, they are not officially hired, but we start them. That's the law, and that's the practice. And as a principal, I've also, you're official, we've hired you, we're starting you, we need you to get going. Board action will be taken, and that's when your contract is actually in effect. So, big picture, that's.
I just want to get us online, and that we have a lot of discussion and a lot of work to cover. And yeah, and go ahead, Ms. Harding.
Yeah, I'm confused. Point of clarification, can you give me the mission statement of what we're trying to do right now so that I can stay on track? Or like, what's the desired outcome? Are we just reading through to familiarize? Are we just checking back in? I'm genuinely confused.
We are checking back in. So 2 years ago, we came and we worked with the board. We read through all of these bylaws. There were a number of questions and things that the board was going to follow up on and possibly send to the policy committee to work on. And the question is now, one, has this work been done? And I've gone through your policy manual. No, the work has not been done. None of the policies that are in question have had any either review date or amendment date since we had these conversations. Two, are they still questions? Like, is this still something that needs clarification? I'm getting the sense that the board may still feel like this is an area where it could be more clarified. And you're not going to get that work done here today, but it sounds like there's just still questions on whether this should be a part of this particular policy. And so what I'm doing is I'm taking notes, and what I will do is after this training, I'll say, we went back, we re-looked at some of these bylaws, we looked at the questions that you had a couple years ago. They're either still questions or we feel like they've been resolved, like the military reservation installation question, that issue has been resolved, that's gone. We recommend that the board look at this, do the work, and address the issues that are being brought up here by you all. Like, you're not gonna hash it all out here today. It's just, Is it still a question? Do you still have things that need to be hashed out? Yes. This bylaw sounds like you still have things that you want to hash out in a policy committee. So that's what I will report out in my post-training report to the board.
Okay, so not debating, discussing, just saying, yes, I agree that we need more clarification, and we're going to keep it at that level. That way
Yes.
we're all, okay, cool. Me?
Yes, thank you for the clip, yeah. Because, okay, you asked, earlier I stated what I want to walk away with is what do we need to do about our policies? So most of us feel they need to be worked on, need to be updated. And then I asked Tiffany to look at cost and what the services brings to us. And I believe what it brings to us is clear policy, accessible policy that we can reference and utilize, and they're up to date and in concise with our strategic plan and our guardrails. And so that's what the outcome that I'm hoping for today. So if we can, when she's reading through the slides, if we can say, yep, there's still a question about that, and we'll just say, yep, there's still a question, or nope, that's been resolved. I think we can move quicker and make better use of our time.
Alrighty. So 221.1, the school board believes that in order for education to succeed, there must be an ongoing partnership between educators, parents, guardians, students, and the community. The board encourages the participation of all segments of the community in the annual planning process. Each year, the school board district administration receives direction and input from the school board and community members regarding the district's direction, needs, measures of success, and future interests. As a result of this information gathering process, each year the board will conduct a review of work with the administration to revise the board's annual priorities, which may include primary performance goals, ongoing commitments, and initiatives. The board will consider and adopt the final annual statement of its priorities prior to the budget development. So I can see the questions on my screen. I'm going to leave this up so you can see the current policy. Part of the questions that you had a couple years ago is, are you actually doing this?
That we ask our interviewees what their priorities were, but we don't even have our own.
Is that like people thinking, like,
But you're gonna give it to us.
Okay. Part of the question that you asked a couple of years ago was that this seems to have morphed a little into your strategic plan, but that having a 5-year strategic plan doesn't mean that you set it and forget it.
for this, so the strategic plan before, kind of like after the first year of COVID, prior to that, we would get a very extensive, like probably 75 objectives from the strategic, that were birthed from the strategic plan, that the superintendent would give us an update on, and it would give us where they're at, if they're stalled, why, and it was very clear and concise, and that kept the strategic plan alive. Now, COVID happened and priorities changed and superintendents changed, and so we haven't seen that since 2020. And so I think that's part of, it might be part of why it's gone now.
Go ahead, Ms. Hardy.
Yeah, I'd like to see it, like the strategic plan, kind of like we heard in interviews and how we talked in that one work session, turned into SMART goals with clear objectives, and that would make this a meaningful and easier process to like do.
John?
Yeah, I agree that we were on track in essence for this, and in essence, we had the strategic plan, and then might not have been as clear between the board and the administration, but that attempt to say, this is what we're focusing on this year, and then schools and departments all said how we do it. So I do think this is an important thing. One of the things to be done, to put on our list, that when you say strategic plan for 5 years, it is at the end of 5 years what we're looking at. It's not that we're doing everything this year, and so you're picking, and we have not really done that, so I would put it on that to-do list, that, and especially with the new superintendent, what are the things we're going to look at, 23, 24, and then move from there.
And just to say it before I forget it, it would be really helpful to have like all of that be given to new board members and like, here is our strategic plan, here are our goals, and here are the long-range objectives, because if we have to search for it, like it's a lot coming at you. And
We're going to talk about orientation. All right, so it sounds like there are a couple of things that need to happen with this policy. One, you either need to specify in your policy that you're talking about your strategic plan, or two, either have to have your policy match your practice or your practice match your policy. And it sounds like you are all interested in having your practice match your policy so that you're participating in this annual process, but that you want to be doing what your policy says. Part of the notes from a couple years ago was in the budget committee, the committee seems to go through the planning and prioritizing, but it was not the whole board or community. And I think that was just a note that that committee seemed to have some process, but not the whole board. Anything else for this policy before we move on?
Document that's the memo. Last question.
Okay. Like I said, it was just taking notes from a couple of years ago and trying to interpret them to help guide our conversation. Yeah.
I think they're saying like the budget committee does that work, but the board doesn't do that. In the budget committee, not the whole board and the community. You look at where it's printed, it says, maybe this should be brought up, that like,
All right. 223.1. The board members are expected to fulfill their responsibilities to their elected office by maintaining regular attendance at meetings of the board. When a member is unable to attend a meeting of the board, it is expected the member will notify the board's executive assistant in order for the board president to grant prior excuse. The board may vacate a member's position if the member is absent from 3 consecutive meetings without having been granted prior excuse by the board president, or 10 meetings in one school term with or without prior excuse. For the purpose of this policy, meetings are defined as those the member received proper notice of and are meetings of the whole, including work sessions, special meetings, hearings, and regular meetings. Exceptions to the 10 meeting total may include meetings scheduled during the member's regular workday. The member shall receive notice of the declaration of vacancy via certified mail. The board president is authorized to address the board members' absences, whether excused or unexcused, from meetings of the board when, in the judgment of the president, the members' absences are hindering the productivity of the board. So, a couple of questions that you guys had a couple of years ago. One, do you need to define regular workday? And then two was, needs to define attendance. Does it have to be in person? Now that technology has evolved, is in-person attendance required? Looking at defining this could change the future makeup of the board, as there are people who are qualified who can't attend in person.
Yeah, well, I mean, I remember this discussion was pretty elaborate, and because those are still valid,
Yep.
and frankly, this part of our policy, you know, I already talked to Troy about it, has been stressing me out for a while now. Me too. No, it's one of those things that's just super hard. Very particular in the policy. Hard to argue it. I think it's kind of particular.
Go ahead, Mr.
One of the things regarding this is, this one was done and updated in 2021. But it has to be linked with part of our, I know part of our conversation was its linkage particularly to 263, which was teleconference. And we put on our list that needs to be updated with the things. And I think that was the bigger issue, or that was certainly a big issue, how those definitions and is linked to 263, that we need to update that. And we haven't yet, so.
So yes, we're gonna put in the notes, still concerns, still wanna kick back to your committee for further conversation.
And I think I'd make the linkage to 263, because a lot of the conversation about this one really had to do with that, also that teleconference and stuff, so. 263,
It's coming up.
yeah. Yeah, but I mean, with this one, what the biggest issue was, anyway.
All right, so 231, the following responsibilities are delegated to the president. You have fix the agenda in consultation with the superintendent, preside at all meetings, decide all questions of order, appoint committees of the board, act as spokesman for the board by reflecting any position the board has formally adopted or by other statement authorized by the board, facilitate a board member's request to view the superintendent's personnel file and exercise all other powers and perform all duties required by law or board action or ordinarily pertaining to the office of the president of the school board. And then the last section talks about voting. Your president should vote. So a couple years ago, there was a question asked for clarification on number 3, decide all questions of order. I think when you're deciding on questions of order, it's like when there's point of order and things like that. So deciding on those types of things. And then there was a question about placing items on the agenda. And was there a practice of requiring 3 signatures to place an item on the agenda?
No, there was discussion whether we should have something like that or not, but we didn't, that was just overview discussion.
I just have a song title for number 7. Where that one, I was gonna sing a song about that. I would sing that Carly Simon song, "You're So Vain." Just saying, it's not all powers, all other duties. I mean, what does that look like when you take the seat of the president? There's no, you know, I have a manual of 28 pages from another president that's worked with AASB that's been helping guide me, besides my meeting with the vice president. And it needs, these little bullet points, just don't get it. So that might be another separate document that we need to develop, but it needs to happen.
AASB also has a president's handbook. Do you have that?
I borrowed it from another
Borrowed
person
it, okay.
that has it from you guys.
Okay. I was gonna say, we could provide you a copy with the president's handbook. Would it be beneficial to provide the policy committee with a copy of the president's handbook as you look at this?
A document that says
On that same note, if you have one for some of the others, because I only found out after getting the position that like clerk is the parliamentarian. So,
And I think that's different depending on the board. Not every board says that the clerk's the parliamentarian. Some boards have a specific, you are the parliamentarian. Some boards say that their executive admin's the parliamentarian. It's just different depending on which board you're on.
We just
But we
need
do-
documents to clarify duties because, again, it's not very clear.
Yeah, I've been the treasurer.
on the audit committee. Now, that wasn't before though. That's new.
I was just going to comment that the president's, and it's a fairly new one, it only came out, but about 6 months, last fall, I think, the president's manual. Yeah, and it was very, very good. It's well done. And I think it is good for all of us. Just take a look at it. It strikes me that, again, timely for us to look at the job descriptions, very similar to when we look at a job description for any position when HR goes through. And, there's always a catch-all that says, and anything else you wind up doing. And sometimes you don't want it too specific, because it takes on the nature of who is there and the skills, talent they bring to that, whether it's a principal or a board member or whatever. But that it's good to go back and look at it and also be aware that it may depend on those talents that person brings that adds to the job description, or brings to the fore that there are certain things that need to be there. So what are those minimums? So, yeah, just saying, and for all of these, it's a good timely time just to look at them.
Okay. Two 36.1 is a little lengthy. Let me look at the questions. It talks about committees and the standing committees of the board, and that the president shall assign, who the president shall assign to the committees, and that the president chairs the legislative committee, and that all committees are subject to the Open Meetings Act, that the superintendent will solicit volunteers for each committee, and following each committee meeting, the board chair of each committee will provide updates to the school board in connection with committee-related topics, activities, and board actions. The board may direct administration to appoint ad hoc advisory committees to counsel it as one means of discerning the needs and desires of the school district residents and its residents. So the questions that popped up a couple years ago was, do we do this? It doesn't feel like and I thought that meant the board members provide updates to the school board, or the committee members to provide updates to the school board on committee-related topics, activities, and board actions. Are you following your policy, I guess, is the question.
Can we confirm that that statement that the superintendent solicits all of the committee membership is correct? Because what I recall is that the superintendent solicits membership for the FEA, ESSA, and principal positions, and then the board members are required to approve through application process the community and parent members. So I don't know if that first statement is correct, but I could be wrong.
So part of the problem or situation is two things. Our committees used to be administrative committees, and they were operated a little different. And when Wendy was president, they went to board committees. And then we did that policy work, the committee work. We supposedly scaled down our committee members to no more than 10 with the FEA, ESSA, and the APA, schoolwork, teacher and staff and so on, so about to 10. We left that, we didn't finish all of that. There's still no charges for a certain committee, so that committee work's still open. It's still left undone. And so that would be another thing. In order to make this compliant and finish it out, we would need to finish that work also. So, Ms. Smith?
Yeah, I think it's clear to the board how I feel about the committees. I am just sitting here in total disbelief that it is an entire year since Ms. Jackson came and told us that our committees were out of control. They had too many members. We had too many committees. And then we spent a lot of time and a lot of work, and we still have taken no action. We still have done nothing about our committees. So the answer is, we've still done nothing. I mean, we've still done a lot, but we have still never taken action. And it is a glaring black eye to our board that I think we have fussed about the committees for quite a long time, and they're just still there doing the same thing, which is nothing in some cases.
It's one of those good news and other news. I think the good news is we took a stab at looking at, and the previous board president brought forth an idea proposal that would have shortened, made the committees a little smaller. Right now, they're up to 19 members on the committee, which becomes unwieldy. But it wasn't, it's not, the work is not done because it was almost too much. And it is on our plate to come back. So some stab at it, which is the good news, not anywhere near to completion, which is the other news. And we have to get something done prior to, if we want for the next year. So after superintendent and budget and such for the spring.
I did want to let you know that I just verified, I pulled up your policy manual, and your policy does say that the superintendent will solicit volunteer membership for each committee.
Say that the board member, the chair of the committee appoints.
This is taken straight out of your policy.
So I think there's a little bit of
But it's the
confusion.
AR.
It's in the
It's
AR.
the AR.
Right.
Oh,
And one of the problems.
AR is not in line with
Right.
or aligned with the
Well,
board policy.
and one of the problems with it and going hand in hand is that actually, if you look at one summer, there were at least 3, if not 4, there were at least 3 AR changes that were made within a month that never came to board attention. And I think one of the things in a draft somewhere was to say that on these chapter 2s, we should know about those ARs before, and they shouldn't just, as a board, not just this was done. Because I know as president, when I looked at, wait a minute, where did that come from? And there were changes that were made that did not come to the board's attention, but that's AR. But because it's, chapter 2 is ours, the AR really is ours. But, and I think in terms of best intents, if you go back to the board 6 years ago, who made this major change to our committees in general, they were not working prior to that. No, the board committees were not working for a couple of years. They were really, really struggling. So the attempt was done. We need to review, update, and make it more effective.
Okay, so it sounds like there's still some work that needs to be done around committees. I'm got that in there, need to come back and look at it. And it sounds like there's also some alignment issues with your administrative regulations and your policy that need to be addressed, because there just is some aligning that needs to be done. Anything else when we look at this policy that comes to mind for a question?
If I look at all our chapter 2s, this to me stands out as our priority one, in a sense. The others we can live with until we get them done. But this one seems to me, I would put it as my top priority. The second one is working on the teleconference participation. That needs to be updated. So.
I think our roles, specifically the president's role, I think that's a top priority for me. So I would, if we're giving out our priorities, this one is less priority than that one.
My take is, having been sitting out there, and I remember the administration recommendation and all that, is I wouldn't want us to really do anything here until we are near the end of the year, when we're not going to upset the current committees the way they are, and we have a new head of our district that people are going to feel like they can grow with.
Taking some notes.
Ms. Smith?
Just while Ms. Jackson is taking her notes, I'll just throw out to Ms. Hardy that we move at the speed of government around here. So there's a 0% chance that anything is gonna much change until the next school year. In case you didn't notice, I've been here almost 3 years. Very little has been accomplished.
I think we will have some summer sessions. Just have to see how that is and plan it out and not get in people's way. But that's the only way I think we can, start to tackle it, because we just have to designate some time and kind of hit it. Once we make a decision as to whether or not we'll go ASB or whatever, I think that could be a help to us, but we have to see how we can get at that. I don't like having things left undone. And I think it's our word to the community and people we're working with that we're doing the work. And one of the things I hope to leave this seat with is some things in place and some finished work, because then whoever comes after, they don't have to reinvent the wheel. They have a foundation that's firm, and they can just go in it. The commitment is there, the passion is there, but when everything else around you is not in place and you're scrambling, looking for answers and not resources, but solutions to what you are trying to do, this is what frustrates you. And then with the politicking and sidetracking and all that, I'm not a giver-upper, so it won't wear me down, but it's just very interesting sometimes, my headspace, when I leave some areas, because I know it can be done. And one of the things I think we should keep in mind, we had one person who used to look at all these policies and update these policies and then bring them before the board. And, you know, that was their kind of main focus beside other things, but they were
The
constantly,
Superintendent
Ms. Shawn Casca. I mean, she was constantly working in this area. And, so, you know,
But was that because she was the
it's just,
admin rep on the policy committee?
I think it was just how the superintendent delegated some things, so. But, you know, our work here today is to broad look at it, come away with a strategy and some dates of how we can start to implement the work and start getting the work done.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So next we have 240. No member of the board will have any direct, how do I say that word, pecuniary interest in the contract, in a contract with the school district, nor furnish directly any labor, equipment, or supplies to the district. It is not the intent of this policy to prevent the district from contracting with corporations or businesses because a board member is an employee of the firm. However, in such instances, the member shall declare up for the public record an association with the firm and refrain from debating or voting on the question. As per AS 14-14-140, members of the immediate family of a school board member may not be employed by the school district except upon written approval of the district Department of Education and Early Development Commissioner. In such a case, the board member must ask the board through official board action to seek approval from the commissioner. The statute places no restriction on the continued employment of an employee or individual whose immediate family member is seated on the school board after the individual's initial hiring. In such instances, the new board member shall declare the relationship for the public record. In any other matter in which a board member has a direct or indirect pecuniary or personal interest, the board member shall declare his or her interest, and the board shall decide whether the interested member may debate or vote. Conflict of interest in one area or item does not necessarily apply for a similar area or item. Each instance will be considered on its own merits. Yes.
The good news, this is the one that we really addressed from that review. And it was brought before the board on, at their meeting on September 7th, 2021. It was primarily an editorial clarification after being reviewed by our attorney, and to put the real conflict description elsewhere. So that was the plus part of this one. I'm not saying there might not other be questions or whatever that we continue to do, but this one, at least we can say we we took the concerns and moved forward with it.
So questions that popped up have a couple of people on the board who have employees who work for the district. Do they have to recuse themselves?
We still have employees.
Okay.
Well, it also, that was part of our conversation, though. If they, around contract, whether they had to recuse themselves from that, and John Seedorf spent time with us to clarify that that was not an issue. If they're elected and their close family member is already on staff, it's just to make sure that they state the relationship, not that it creates a conflict, because people already know that. If it's the hiring, then we do have a policy where you notice it, and in some cases, it does go to the commissioner for review. So John updated us to make sure that there wasn't a nepotism issue or was addressed appropriately, and then also the pecuniary or financial association that someone might have, to just put it out there. So it addressed both sides of that. There is under state, I think it's more regulation than law. The commission, there are certain positions that if you're hiring my wife. But you're not in direct supervisory to her. Right, but even so, as a board member, if my wife was being newly hired, so, yeah, and I guess I've been very careful getting not into, but John really looked at this in line with these questions to make sure this policy was in accord, and he did suggest what was basically an editorial. We repositioned the conflicts part to make sure it was clearer. It was embedded in the first paragraph, and I forget the exact spots of it. But
it's as per state statute that say I'm on your school board and you want to hire my son as whatever. It doesn't even matter what you want to hire him for in the district, whether it's maintenance or teacher, aide, whatever, it doesn't matter. If we wanted as a district to hire him, it would need approval from the commissioner. Like, because you're hiring him after I've been elected as a school board. Now, if my son was already employed by the district and then I was elected to the school board, then it's okay. You don't need permission from the commissioner.
Just a real clear example. Matthew Sampson's wife already worked for the school. He came onto the board, no issue. But then, if you remember, Miss Luke's husband became a teacher, took a job at Tickasik, and we had to take board action on that to request the Department of Education to approve him taking that job. But they're not on the board. This is only about if you're on the board.
Right.
That's under professional ethics.
This is just
Well,
specifically
yeah,
for the board.
Okay, yeah, nepotism can come up if, as a principal, I'm hiring all my family members. There should be a good question. Might not be bad, but there could be. And in actuality, we had a superintendent whose spouse was also hired by the district, but the board at that time put in that one did not supervise the other.
I got
Can
it.
do that.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it. I'm sorry. I got off.
Alrighty. So for that one, we feel like that one has been addressed. That in September of 21, concerns were fixed. Yay, you guys. Okay. 263, to establish the school board's policy by which members may participate in meetings when they are unable to be present at the meeting's physical location. So this is a lengthy one. It talks about the intention of the board to recognize the current communication technology allows for remote participation, remotely located members to participate in meaningful ways with the convened board as it conducts business in its designated place. Hopefully you can read that. The board members may be authorized to attend and participate in regular or special board meetings by teleconferencing using interactive display technology, video teleconferencing, or telephone if the following conditions are met. 1, a board member may only attend in this manner 2 times per year. 2, newly elected members may only attend in this manner after attending at least 3 regular board meetings in person. 3, authorization will only be granted for unusual and extenuating circumstances that preclude the members' in-person attendance. For example, illness or disability, engaging in military service, or not able to attend because of geographic distance. 4, A request will only be granted if a quorum of the board will otherwise be physically present at the meeting. 5, any request may be denied if the remote member, the board, and the public are not clearly audible to one another. The minutes shall reflect that if somebody's participating remotely. Votes in which the teleconferencing member participates in must be conducted in a manner that the public may know the board members' vote, so roll call. If the board member participates from a teleconferencing facility, the location of the facility shall be included in the public meeting notice. The meeting materials shall be made available if practicable. So a couple years ago, you waived this a lot because of the pandemic. And the thought was because as a board you had voted on it, as a board you would have to vote to return back, to go back to the board policy or modify it because no other individual member of the board had more authority than another. And then part of the question was who gets to authorize granting of virtual attendance? And we suggested that you specify in the policy who gets to approve whether somebody gets to attend telephonically or not. No.
Same about the attendance. How many meetings you missed.
No, no.
23.1.
Yeah, in practice, though, I mean, that was one of the questions. I mean, we should designate who does it. In practice, pre-pandemic, years ago, it was the president that was assumed when this was done, so. But I think, this is just fraught with issues, and we're flirting sort of between this and the waiver that we operated under the pandemic. You know, because we obviously do more often than two. Telephonic is very different than our ability to do Zoom and see the person and such. I mean, it's just.
Plus the community's tolerance for it is totally different.
And I know, I'm sorry.
I mean, but we've seen it used really well at other meetings. When you go to Borough Assembly meetings, they have a full TV showing every Zoom participant. Savannah has meaningfully participated in those meetings while at home taking care of her baby. And I think that this has a lot of room to expand and allow diverse board members to participate. I mean, there are often times where I'm like, I'm going to bring my children here in pajamas because my husband got a mission, and like it doesn't negate my dedication to the board where I could put them to bed and sit in my own home and meaningfully participate. So this seems like aggressive.
I think it just needs to be updated. But, you know, again, people have to be responsible.
coming to a meeting. First impede the work of the board and what we have.
Okay, and I think when we look at this, for lack of better terms, what are the norms or the expectations that, and what I'm thinking specifically is people who were on Zoom, but their cameras were off. And I've heard community, actually, I will say our board did really well with that, and we came back really as a board. Other groups did not do that, and it was other dynamics, but hearing community comment. So not to get into details, but just that I think setting some of that expectation in line with the new technology, telephonic, you couldn't see the person anyway. And so there was some piece here that if you couldn't hear them, then that could be considered a telephonic. So they tried to address things that we need to, when we look at this, whatever our norms or expectations, when it is used, it should be more the exception if that's what we want to say. But it does facilitate someone's not feeling well, but they can participate. There are lots of, it can increase our participation and visibility to the community. So I would just say, consider that.
Would you like me to share what Anchorage says? Sure. So when it comes to teleconferences, the Anchorage policy says that board members shall be allowed to participate telephonically using interactive display technology or telephone at board meetings and vote on any business decision. If a board member participates in a board meeting telephonically, the official minutes will reflect that the board member participated remotely. If a board member participates in an executive session telephonically, the board member is responsible for making sure that no one else is in the room or can otherwise overhear the discussion and will confirm this at the start of the meeting. The physical location of the board member who participates via electronic means is not a teleconferencing location that must be accessible to the public unless it has been designated as one in the meeting notice. So like when I was for Aleutians East, they have teleconferencing locations, and it's typically the school, but we put those in the meeting notice. The teleconferencing location is King Cove School, Colby School. So any member of the public can go to that teleconferencing location to participate remotely. This is saying it's not a means of it's not a teleconferencing location. And then it ends up with saying that the board member must physically attend 75% of regular board meetings over a 24-month period. Remote attendance by telephone or video during a national, state, or local declared emergency is considered physical attendance.
That says
In person.
physically attend, but if there's an emergency, the remote includes, physical includes those.
And then if they don't.
Then you would go back, I would imagine, to your attendance policy. And I know Anchorage had a major discussion of a board member who was going to be overseas for an extended period of time, and they said no, because you resign, you can come back. When you come back, you can run again. But they could not in any way meet that. But I know it was a great discussion, so I'm assuming that's part of the reflection in here. Yeah, and it's the executive assistant who would keep record of all the attendance and stuff, so. Yeah, that's why the board several years ago did the 10 meetings. They had 60, 70, I mean, ours are going to be quite high this year, but they used a number rather than a percentage at their, our board discussion 7, 8 years ago. So,
Tiffany, if you just make a note that we need to take a look at that
Yep.
one. Thank you.
All right. 264 talks about the types of meetings that you have, your regular meetings, your special meetings, your work sessions, executive sessions, continued meetings, in hearings and appeals. Some of the comments that were made on this policy is, one, that you still appreciate having, or that you appreciated having a time to adjourn because it gives you a goal and calls out the board for when you go late. So having that was just pointed out as a good thing. Because we're a young board, we need more work sessions, and I guess the question is that being done? Are you guys doing more work sessions?
I thought that that conversation was about having a work session before the public meeting,
Yeah.
because we all had so many questions, so many issues, and it was making the meeting go until midnight. But when we did start that practice of like Monday, have a work session, Tuesday, do the work. I mean, it's not every single time, but it's pretty often. Like, I have it in my calendar, Monday and Tuesday, you said you have it in your calendar. Because we're doing work sessions about things before, not every time, but things that might have a lot of debate or whatever. We're getting presentations. We're doing it, I think, a lot. But we were not doing that the first year that I was on the board. We were doing that work in the meetings. And it was every time. But, some of that stuff during that first year that I was on the board, we should have had those presentations from the medical professionals. We should have had all of that stuff in a work session, then a summary, and then the votes in the meeting. That's what we're doing now. Things that take a long time, we're having those the day before, or the week before, or whatever. So I think we did that work.
And I'll just say that one of the things that I still want to work on is our resolutions. Because if we look at our resolutions before they come, then there should be less debate in the public, because we've already hashed it out in our work session. We've wordsmithed it, or we've take that out, add this. And that's why you guys should have a resolution coming to you here real soon. So when it appears on our funding resolution should be coming to you, so it's complete.
But is that via email or via work session?
I think it's a work session, because we have one before, don't we? We have one meeting before. But anyway, that's the thought around it, because that was, I think it would be a solution for us, so we could just move on with our business. So anyhow. Ms. Marty, go ahead.
That's okay. I would just say that we need to change, because we say in here we'll start our meetings at 6, but now it's starting at 5:30 and we move it around. And so either start at a time, like, we should be in compliance with our policy.
So our regular meetings, school board meetings, are at 6 because KUAC can't pick them up and broadcast them. So that's why I stopped messing with the meetings on that one. But I felt that the special board meetings, if it would give us a little bit time of light, being here forever, if we could come a little bit earlier, and start our work, then we could, get out earlier. So I was just trying to adjust that. It gives me cause every time I mess with something, so don't think I just play around with it to be like, oh, I'm
I
the
saw-
president.
no, it's-
No, and I'm
I
not
saw you
taking it.
adjusted them,
So,
though. I appreciate
that-
you hearing us.
So, Mr. Dorn.
I just want to, my reflection in terms of this one is, we've made steps forward. And yes, it's a work in progress, but over the last 4 months, I think board members have been very intentional at, promoting how we work together, learning to work together, talking through things, trying to address some of these things. So yes, it's a work in progress. We're not there, but I think it's worth noting that the intentionality of the board. We've had November training as a whole board, the first time in a long time that all board members attended the ASB annual conference training. We had a training in a training in December. We have this training, as well as all our business stuff like superintendent search and budget and all of those extra. So I think it should be noted within this, from last time to this time, where we've taken steps forward, there's still steps to go.
I agree wholeheartedly, now that you pointed out all the training that President Sanderson and the board has facilitated for us. It is significantly more than I'd say we've done in the last couple years than in what we've done in the last few months. My question is the policy what we're talking about, or the practice? Because looking at the policy, it looks fine. It looks great. So I think in this one, is this one where we're looking at, like, are we practicing the policy? Not, do we need to amend the policy?
Well, I think probably both. It sounds like you've addressed, I just want, make sure that your practice matches your policy, or your policy matches your practice.
Just noticed one thing. It says in work sessions, we allow for public input, but like, there's no public testimony in work sessions. So I don't know if that.
I've done it before, actually.
I thought it says you weren't somewhere when they notice it.
Look at the agenda. Correct. So it's not on the agenda. So
And
if
it
it
also-
was practice, it would be on the agenda.
We have, I thought you're right, that when we notice work sessions, there is no public comment. When we notice it as a special meeting,
Yeah.
then there's public comment.
Or a
Because
hearing.
As Ms. Tuttle was like, no, this
Yep.
was noticed as a work session.
Yep.
We're just doing work and
Yep.
we're not hearing the board.
I would say that's common to see that work sessions are just work sessions of the board.
Mr. Dorn.
Yeah, and we have special hearings, public hearings, like we do prior to some of our work sessions. So we have latitude to do that. The way I've read this, and again, it may be one of those things, we can have public comment or comment from others. Sometimes we brought in staff members, sometimes we have had other input, and the board can do it, but typically it's not an open testimony thing, because we want to get the work done, as opposed to spending an hour in testimony like we might have public hearing or at a regular meeting.
That policy says it's an
Yeah.
opportunity for
Yeah.
them. That it will allow for, or that there
allow for public input.
So we need to,
It's within our
It's
powers
an
to do that.
opportunity to study and review the materials, allow for public, it's an opportunity to allow for it, but it doesn't say you shall. So like when our meeting says there shall be opportunity for the public input.
we need to clean up the language.
And maybe
So
you need a
maybe
little
we make
clarification.
notation of
No,
clarification.
that's what I just said.
276. Through the procedures below, the board will ensure its members have knowledge of the communications directed to it from the public, and the public will know board members have received the communications. All communications received by the district which are addressed to the board will be distributed to all board members. A list of communications will be compiled, exclusive of those dealing with specific persons in a confidential manner, such listing to include the date, name of the writer, and topic of the message. The list of communications will be made available to the public.
About the board's reading, the board record that's kept in the office. So, what it's about is, say you're the newspaper, or you're a parent, and you want to know, what are the board members hearing? They have the right to hear that. And so you could go to Carm's office and say, I want the board reading file. All the emails that we get are in there in a file that they can read. But if it was something private, then it would just have the subject line and the name. Court order or something if they really wanted to see that, but as a matter of course, that's not. So, yeah, she sends that stuff out to us, but the part about what is stuff left out. Yeah, the board reading file is a literal file that you can go, and that's sometimes where you read something in the paper and you're like, we didn't talk about that at our meeting, or like, what the, and like, some of the reporters over the years, like, that's their thing, they go there once a week or whatever. Certain members of the public are very into going and reading the board file, and, so like Ms. Tuttle, she had a relationship with people from the public who they come there and they just go on and read every single thing that we got.
That doesn't jeopardize or target any board member. That's just the file of emails that have come to the board, or the conversations. I'm so confused.
Conversations.
So it's the emails.
It's the ones that people send to school board at K-12 North Star.
Okay.
And it doesn't include like directly to,
So like if
The
someone
member.
sent you an email, it's not in the board. No, like she
But-
doesn't bring everything from your inbox into the file. It's the things that were sent to the board as a whole.
So any concerns, any,
But that's also why if you get something that is of a concern to the whole board, we're supposed to forward that to Carm so she can send it to.
yes.
That's the next.
But our individuals are still subject to, right. Yes.
If you're using your school
When-
board email address, it's public record.
yes, I know it's public record, I was just wondering if.
But it's not in the reading, the board reading
Yeah.
file.
Right.
And just so you know, if a school member writes on their district email, an email to any one of us, that is open to the public. Well, actually, even if theirs is open to the public anyway, even if it's not to a board member.
So it's just important to realize that when you get an email sent to you on your school board email, it is already public record. If it's somebody's emailing you, hey, Tiffany emailed me a comment or a concern that she had, you're going to forward that to Carm so Carm can get it sent out to the rest of the board. Yeah, this was, I think, one that's more just, is your practice matching your policy? And it sounds like it is. I'm looking. The reading file, yeah.
One of the questions was in terms of phone calls, and that is separate. It's not public record. Am I correct on that?
I would say if you're getting a phone call, if it's a phone call that somebody wants action on, that it's part of the public record. Like I would say I got, Tiffany called me and she had a concern about the athletic schedule. And you would relay that, or you could send it in an email to Carm and, hey, I got a phone call from constituent Jackson, Tiffany Jackson, she had a concern about this, and then Carm can forward it out to the rest of the board.
Right, so distinction though, that in terms of public record, when we get a call, and then, especially if they want action, sometimes they don't want action, but it's just information, we send it to the superintendent, so that's to their attention, and the board president, or, that email becomes public record. The phone call itself is not in public, because we don't have a recording
You're not
of it.
recording it.
There's no, so that it's good to do the documentation, important to do the documentation. So that is public record.
Create the public record, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was told to me as best practice. Or you talk to someone on the phone about something.
Mhm. Yeah, and I like that creative public record, which is good.
If you ever had to go back and prove that someone told you the creation of the public.
Question here, this is how can members get information?
Right. No, check. Is that practice for everybody, sending questions on to the president and the superintendent? Yeah.
Can you please check that?
All right. You guys are so good, because that was my last slide before our next section.
Maybe two things. One of them, in terms of this, is the board response to, just an observation, a board response to an email that the board gets. Typically comes from the board president, but then we all get copied, so we know that it has been responded to, and as such, and I appreciate that we've been seeing more of that. And if, before we leave this section, if I could go back to 264, just to get on our tickler, not for this discussion now, but looking at how those work sessions and communication of information from the administration, so that we get better, and it'll be part of our conversation perhaps with the new superintendent. We've had gaps in information being out to the board and to the public for some of our work sessions, and that we make sure that that meets the same norms as we do as meetings. So just as a tickler, how do we make sure that that's done?
Or at least gives you a minute to say like, wait, what?
Yeah. You know, even the principal announcements. What if you're like horrified by that and you have some really important bomb you want to drop about that person, but you had no idea that that was there, and you're trying to just save the district drama? You had 35 seconds.
Yeah, and I think Anchorage actually has. Like one email and then the other every time.
Yeah, usually tried to give, so,
We're going to break.
and just, yeah, just, 264, isn't it? The communication and stuff is kind of where we came up. Which, at the risk of a bird walk, is just, we need to be ready Tuesday with the communications department for press release right after our meeting. Whatever it is. Actually, that has been late.
All right. I'm ready to break for lunch if you are. a couple of good successes when it comes to the policy, like, they've already, let me see, the workshop, having more workshops, and the one, that was revised in September of '21 about, employees being hired if they're related to, school board members. But you still have a lot of work that needs to be done on policy. And I know things are busy. I know you're looking for a new superintendent. I know that there are a lot of priorities that are coming up for the school district. But I guess what can you think of now that will help move the policy work forward?
Forgive me for saying this, but I feel like we need a power year. Like, we need to have a meeting every single Tuesday and do alternate regular meeting, policy review meeting. And that we need to just power through some work, because blame it on the pandemic or whatever we're gonna do, we have a backlog of serious work that needs done. And we need a commitment from all of us to do the work. Like you said, work through the summer. Taking 3 months off is just mind-blowingly crazy with the amount of things that we have to do. I know it's not 3 months, but it's the whole summer. And doing policy review, and I just want to preemptively saying the community will not engage with us properly over the summer, because I've heard that it being a reason why we don't. No, that's our obligation, is to publicly notice it. It's their obligation to engage. And I mean, we have plenty of ways to get it out there that we're about to do a lot of work and that they're going to want to engage in. But that's where I'm at. I'd just like to get some work done, and I'm willing and able to do 10 times more work than we currently do.
I could not agree more with Mrs. Smith, with the caveat that the first thing we tackle is the ability to attend remotely for those that cannot be here as much as we want to meet. If we tackle that one first, then that can set the stage and the accessibility to having more meetings. And I agree, we need to have a power year and get through this. It's been 2 years. And we had, I think that what we need, we already have, and that's President Sanderson, who has a mission and a drive to get these done. So I'm excited.
And I completely agree. I really like because it would be hard to find childcare every single week, but if we could attend remotely, that would be great. And I also think a step would be really considering adopting the ASB stuff, because that gives us a leg up. It gives us already vetted foundational policies to go from and look from, and then we don't argue about semantics or trying to rework everything, and it brings us up to par with the rest of the districts in the state, where we can, when they mention something in a conference and they say it's in your 700s or 7,000s, we can actually find it, and we're not all looking around like, well, not for me.
I think there's a lot of commonality of agreement that we need to move forward with Chapter 2, which was our work, and would really look at saying that we look at policy and AR for Chapter 2 in work session prior to it coming to a board meeting for action, so we can hammer out some of the things and less debate at a regular meeting for action. But and to do that, the other piece of policy, though, is I think we need to make it clear with administration that we need to get back on the cycle. If I look at that cycle, there are 3 chapters that have not come forward for review And I know when I asked at the beginning of this school year from administration, what chapter is up for review, we're in somewhat of a normalcy. There was no plans. And the year, I can say the year before and the year before that, there were other priorities that stepped forward and fine, but that we still have no plan. We have to get that back. So our work on our policy, I mean, I know it's all our policy, but the chapter 2 ones, prioritize, start hammering away at that. I fully agree with that. And even if it becomes a concentrated after we finish budget, I mean, I can play around and whatever, but that we do our work with that. But that we also get our administration back on the norm. And then the other thing that I would just say with our chapter 2s, though it's our policy, I still think there's a value to, after we do our work, to go back to policy committee for them to take a look at it. You know, some of the policies maybe don't have to go there, but I think there are some, you know, when I think of committees, we get a stakeholder, it's our way of getting stakeholders in. I would do that. Suggest we put that into the consideration. So, both aspects of policy.
Okay, so what I've captured so far is that it sounds like there are a number of board members that would be interested in having what Mrs. Smith's referred to as a power year to really start focusing on this work. A possible first step is to tackle the ability to attend remotely first so that it kind of sets the stage for people to be able to attend and participate in meetings moving forward. Starting with chapter 2, which that remote policy falls in that chapter 2, and not losing the necessarily the work of the committees, because that's a way of getting stakeholder input. That sound like it's covered? All right. Any other comments or questions when it comes to policy that you want to cover while I'm here? I did want to say that, oh, go ahead.
I just, a kudo to the board that I think is important on the committee work, as that we recognize that there was a subcommittee appointed, 3 people who worked, who brought back recommendations. That was a very positive step to try and address that. So I think recognizing kudos is important. We didn't get to the broad board conversation, the work session, to do it, but I just want to acknowledge that. Appreciate the work that those 3 people did.
So at the break, I did look up the information on policy online. So if the district was to sign up this year for policy online, the subscription cost plus the publication fee would be $4,300. And the subscription cost has been hovering around $3,060 annually. It's just a little, it's $1,240 for that initial publication fee. There would probably need to be some substantial work with the board. The board would need to consider how it would like to move forward, if this was something the board wanted to consider. If the board wanted to move forward with AASB model policies, would you want to go through the work of taking your policies and renumbering them to match our format? Or would you want to go through the process of doing a policy workshop where we would come up, like I explained earlier, I think this might have been after you guys came in, but a policy workshop. What we do is we come in with the model policies and work with the board for a couple of days to go through the whole policy manual to make it a Fairbanks policy manual, and then work on publishing it after. So that's not a question that you need to answer today, but it's a question that moving forward, if that's something that the board wants to really consider, about whether it wants to move forward with AASB model policies or not, is just whether we're going to start over with the AASB model policies and make them your own, or take yours and try to fit them to the mold somehow. Question for another day. And I will include those costs in my report so that you guys can see those. When it comes to the cost for the policy updates, when we do those with AASB, what we do is, after legal has had an opportunity to vet all the policies and we get our charge for the year, we divide it by the number of districts that are subscribing to the policy updates. So this year, the cost for all the policy updates was $1,470, 1470, and that covered all the policy updates for the year. So just kind of giving you an idea about that right now. Anything else on policy before we move forward with some training?
What cost are you getting for us?
I will just document all the numbers that I just gave you in the training report that I am going to give you afterwards.
Okay, so if we had a workshop where we went through and realigned our policies and cleaned everything up and brought it up to date, that's a separate price?
That's a separate price.
Okay, that's the price I'd like to know about.
Okay.
Are we moving for, I wonder what the board's next plan is, because we did this verbatim 2 years ago and then didn't do much. So what's the next step for us?
So clarify, what work did we do 2 years ago?
We went through chapter 2 policies and identified questions that we had.
So like I've already stated, my outcome is to walk away with things in order. So what if that means we need to walk away with the timeline of the work and how we're gonna proceed, but I would like to know those answers first, like a dollar cost, so we can kind of decide on, or if we need to hunt money or find money. But the plan is to have things accessible, in order, and up to date, and in compliance, so that it looks professional and it looks like we are tracking with other districts and we've cleaned up, our policies, and we've brought them up to date, we've reviewed them, and it can all be documented so that we, that's my goal. That's what I hope to walk away with. If we don't, a timeline, a cost, and a work schedule as to how we're gonna get this work completed. Mr. Dorr?
I would suggest we separate the two things. With chapter 2, I think the suggestion that's been out there is really starting working this spring on that, and I think that's important with the board composition and leadership that we have right now and that commitment to it. I think there were some efforts that we had in line, and we had some things in line to address some of the things last year. We just, there were changes and we just didn't get there. So I think short term, chapter 2, we can answer those questions. Really, there aren't that many policies in a sense to be done, and we can have some good conversation and get that done. changing the whole system is a bigger process. And I'd also like to have administrative input into practicalities of that. Yes, it's our main responsibility for policy, but there's been a lot that has gone in to develop what we have. The models are good. What we have overall is good. Changing systems takes time. And I would suggest we get, and how we deal with Chapter 2 may help us actually decide what we should do on the broader basis of whether we should change our whole system and platform, or whatever.
That's kind of what I just said, but, you know, when we
I'm
go
just
to the conference.
agreeing with you.
Just like Ms. Hardy said, we're sitting at the table, and I had that look on my face too, it's like, the 700s, the 900s. And sometimes I've called April, say, April, where's that policy? She goes, oh, it's gonna take me a minute, I'll get back with you, and I'm going, so it needs to be cleaned up, accessible. I mean, I don't know how to keep saying that. Hopefully, I think when you talk in an abstract way, sometimes I just don't, it doesn't settle with me. It doesn't compute. I don't get what you're trying to tell me. So you say Chapter 2. So Chapter 1, we went around doing the work, investigating the work, started the work, but we didn't carry it through. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, we've been concentrating on Chapter 2 is our board operation section. That's the one we were referring to. There's all the 200s.
Yes.
Yeah,
It's just literally
yeah. It's basically, right, and it's finish what we've been discussing, get that done.
That helps me digest it and really take in the information. Ms. Hardy?
Yeah, and I support, like, I think tackling our Chapter 2 makes a lot of sense, and it sets our board norms and our, like, what it is we do as a board. I know it's not exactly our norms, I'm using the wrong terminology, but like, as a new member, going, like, who we receive training from is AASB, and like, I've been attending, I went and signed up for the new board member things. I even this week, even though all the stuff was going on, showed up and listened to the one on law, had to go to the library to do it, but they're mentioning things in our policies, and they're like, yeah, everybody but you. And that is frustrating as a new member, and straightening this out and getting us in line with everybody else is a gift we're giving future boards. We are allowing them to more effectively do their work, onboard new members, receive training from what we've, you know, decided as a board is high quality training within our states, so that it isn't such a guessing game, you know, and that then our board and our district gets better and stronger. And Tim, you're amazing, but you're not going to be on the board forever, and your knowledge, we lose it when you leave. And the way we fix that is by fixing and making sure that there's a term in the military in April. You know, you can't have tribal knowledge. You can't have it stay in this one place. We have to get it written down. We have to get everything easy and accessible so that the organization can outlive us.
Excuse me. So it sounds like you guys really have prioritized tackling your Chapter 2s, which is your board bylaws, and perhaps starting with the one where that talks about remote the teleconferencing participation in meetings, so that kind of sets the groundwork for board members to be able to participate in meetings moving forward. What I can provide to you guys to help with this conversation is, I know I've just provided a little bit of numbers that you might want to consider, but those are hard to consider without having the budget and a timeline and things like that in place. What I can commit to you guys is putting together a little proposal of would be what it would take for us to do a full policy workshop. This is what would be the result of if you guys wanted to do it. Here's the full cost of that, and putting that all together for you guys so that you have something that you can actually have in your hands to go through, and then your administration could look to see if it, yes, is this going to be something that they would also support moving forward, or is there information that they want to provide you that whether to convince you to stay with Board Docs, your system that you have right now? That way you just have the information in hand. Does that sound like a plan? Yes, ma'am. All right.
I throw out, and this is so that I'm learning. So these are our bylaws, the 200s are our bylaws. So do we have standing rules? Or what are our standing rules for, or, you know, some organizations and boards have their bylaws, then they have their standing rules. Yeah, or standard operating procedures, so, and are those clearly defined and outlined?
I could share with you the norms that were, I mean, it's going to take me a minute to pull them up.
We've got them printed in front of each
Okay, great.
And I mean, we've also, in terms of how we operate, our reference is Robert's Rules. And so that lays out a lot of how we operate. The Assembly uses a different, for instance, uses a different parliamentary system. Comparable, but their reference is different. But, so that is part of our understanding of how we operate. First,
You know, because I just throw it out because all these terms floating out, so what terms do I need to capture that just I relate to, or I conduct my business by, or, so that's why I was asking for the clarification.
and perhaps, and part of what Brandy brought up earlier, maybe just a notation, as we go through, we should take at some point a conversation about parliamentarian. You know, sometimes it was a board member who was actually the parliamentarian, whatever it didn't matter what position they had on it. You know, I'm thinking of Sue Hull was a master politician or a parliamentarian and stuff. You know, Sharon became our parliamentarian, Sharon Tuttle became our parliamentarian, built over years, and then as board members changed and who had a handle on parliamentary procedure or not. So, you know, that is, I would just put on that particular list that we look at it and what training you want or whatever we want.
Sue Hall was masterful.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Most boards I know either have it as somebody that's on the board or they've appointed their admin to be their parliamentarian. I'm not sure of anybody that has one that's not a board member or the admin off the top of my head.
did a bunch of research, and you can, like, usually parliamentarians through the National Parliamentarian Society or whatever will volunteer their services, but there is none located in Fairbanks. I think there was one located in Alaska. Yeah. But they do trainings, and you can become certified to become a parliamentarian, and there's different college classes with credits. You can take them online. I think it was like out of Montana or somewhere, but there's an entire parliamentarian society.
Yeah, and there are lots of trainings, but anyway, I just wanted to make sure it was on our notes as a tickler. At some point, we do pretty well, but it's good to look.
All right. So as I was going through all your policy stuff, and Troya was looking for suggestions on what we cover as far as board development, one thing that was brought up a couple of years ago was a request for Open Meetings Act training. So I do have some, excuse me. Sorry, guys. I love cheese, but cheese does not love me. So I have some scenarios for you and a little bit of training around the Open Meetings Act. My computer will catch up here in a minute. So obviously the disclaimer is I am not an attorney. None of this should be construed as legal advice. I'm just presenting some what information on the Open Meetings Act based off best practices and principles. So I know you guys have the PowerPoint in front of you, but don't cheat. It's not cheating. Don't look ahead. But what do you know, or what do you think you know about the Open Meetings Act? And you probably have a heads up because, or step up because you participated in the webinar earlier this week.
All the new board members had to go to the one with Steve Chestnut.
Nice. So for my returning board members, what do you know about or my more veteran board members, what do you know or think you know about the Open Meetings Act? Mm-hmm. Yep. Anything else?
Part of it is a process in which the public can know what we're doing and what we're thinking. So some understanding about how we might take action or whatever, and that they have enough information, and it may be variable depending on the topic and the impact of that topic, to process themselves or to gain an understanding and a knowledge about what's on the table.
How we interact with each other.
Yep. All part of the Open Meetings Act and part of what we'll be covering. So when you think about the Open Meetings Act, what questions might you have? Any questions? Everybody knows everything? Okay.
I don't know how to really form it as a question, but I have questions. So sometimes I feel like certain things, it's like they take it too far, you know? Like, okay, yeah, the Open Meetings Act, but this isn't that, you know? Like, we're not having a meeting. We're not talking about something we're going to vote on, or, you know what I mean? It's like, we can't all visit a school at the same time together. Like, unless we publicly notice it, it just seems excessive. We're like going to look at a school and say hi and check out kindergartners dancing. Why does that have to be publicly noticed if 4 of us do it? Don't you think that's taking it too far? That's my question.
Okay. So you can attend places, all of you could go somewhere right now and not notice it if you're not talking about board business. That's the key thing. If you're not talking about board business, we could.
So like we could serve Thanksgiving dinner at Denali Elementary all together without publicly noticing, right? Because that's how it, like, I think that's excessive and that's what we do.
Back of your head, too.
Is it talking about board's business or participating in board's business? Because visiting a school would be board business.
I think visiting now I'd have to look at
That makes you hesitate.
that makes me hesitate just a little bit. I think part of Open Meetings Act, like part of what I think where some boards get to, where I think Fairbanks probably is, and my board was as well, is the perception. It's not necessarily that we are talking about board business, but there's a perception that all board members are together. Like we encourage school boards for when they're attending the annual conference to just do a posting that the
All there.
school board is going to be at the AASB annual conference to get professional development. It can be as simple as that.
I think the
So-
perception.
Oh, so, I'm sorry. So what we did, Denali Elementary School serves the Thanksgiving dinner. So I don't know who went before, so it was you, me, and Melissa. And then Tim showed up, and I said, and he goes, mm-hmm. And he was just eating this little food, and I said, Mr. Dor. And then I said, well, you know what? Actually, I think I can leave now because I've been here for a couple of hours. And so I just left. But it's those kinds of things. And so the other thing is, when I'm having conversations with different board members, I'll say, you're the only person that I've talked about this situation, or I'm asking advice about this. Because that puts everybody on notice. I'm not going around talking to anybody else. That's it. I'm talking to you about it, and I'm gonna leave it, you know? So that clues me in. So if someone else calls me, I'll say, okay, you're the second board member that I've talked to about this, and so I don't go any further than that, but I preference it. I used to didn't do that, but I do it now.
Right.
So, yeah, it just gets a little, I agree with April, it just is always in your head.
It is always, it's always back there because, like the Open Meetings Act, it's the statute that's like an old wool sweater on a cold morning. Not sexy, but necessary. Although that is a cute sweater. So what is the purpose of the Open Meetings Act? It's under Alaska Statute 4462-310. The purpose is that all meetings of a governmental body, with some specific exceptions, are held in public for the public to see and to provide citizens with an opportunity to attend and participate. So your first scenario is you're running a board meeting and frankly are quite interested in getting it over with. In the audience is a pesky reporter with a 32-ounce Starbucks in her hand, waving her hand in her hair. She wants to make a comment to the board on a non-agenda item. You don't allow it. You have not violated the OMA. True or false? Why do you say false? Correct. Sure. Mhm.
Whether it's
So, no, what that means is, so these are meetings that are held in public. They're not public meetings. So at a public meeting, everybody can go to the public meeting and everybody has a voice and everybody can say their piece. At a meeting that's held in public, there are rules. So school boards are meetings that are held in public. So there's rules around participation. So, but they are subject to the Open Meetings Act in that the public has an ability to come and watch the work that's done. But even saying that the opportunity to attend and participate does not mean verbal comment.
Yeah, I heard a really good explanation. Guy said, hey, about his favorite baseball. That statement says he way he participated was engaged in what was happening. He knew about everything that was happening. He wasn't allowed on the field. He didn't get to touch the ball. He didn't do any of that. His thing in his area, but he still gets to own. So you don't have to touch the ball to be a part of the win. That was just how the public participation was. Okay, now I completely understand, because I did have that allow this stuff, because people, especially during COVID, were crazy. Have to let everyone speak. Have a way to contact us. Have to engage. Like, some people get mad at us about even our public testimony, that we don't answer them when they ask us questions. And so they're like, we're not participating, we're just there talking at you. You are literally, yes, there. Thank you.
I love that analogy and may borrow it.
Tiffany stealing.
I totally am.
When I was like, it's all clear to me.
So in that case then, at our regular meetings where we have public comment, is that because we're required or because we think that's part of participating?
It's a form of participation, but you're actually not even required to have public comment at your public meetings.
I'm not saying we shouldn't. I think I love public. It's my favorite part of the meeting is public comment. But that's interesting.
That's when,
Yeah.
when I learned about that was during the COVID thing. Other places, they were just saying no to public comment. And people were saying, well, I'm going to sue you because in your policy in the statute.
And we sat and read every
We read
single
every
email.
Yeah, out loud. So,
Anyway, so that's when I started really digging for it. Like, what does allowed to participate mean? Because no one was coming out victorious over their denying.
and I could tell you how interesting this open meeting act, when I was first on the board, I came in here for a budget thing, and I sat down and I said to Andy, I have a question, I'll maybe have a question for you. And all the people sitting at the table just kind of froze all of a sudden. And then Andy says something to Sandy Weaver. She says something back to him. And then they told me I couldn't be there.
What?
And I said, oh, board member, I'm going to sit right here in this chair and I'm going to listen to your meeting.
Oh, the budget committee meeting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that.
And I was like, so I said, okay.
I
if-
go to multiple.
So I said, I don't know
committees.
what the protocol is. I said, but I'm pretty sure I can be here. And so they just stopped doing everything. And so I said, okay, I'm out. I wish I had known that. I wouldn't have drove all the way from North Pole. Another board member walks right by me and sits down and stays for the whole entire meeting. And I was just like, what? So this is how crazy it can be when people aren't really sure, you know?
According to our current policies, you are actually an ex facto of every single committee. So
Now, but I wasn't president then. I was just a new board member. I was just like,
And your committee meetings are subject to the Open Meetings Act.
Yes.
So they are open to the public.
that's because they're committee
because they're under the board.
meetings. That's right, because they're under the board.
So what is a governmental body? A governmental body is, it's specified under statute 4462-310H1. You see that city councils, borough assemblies, school boards, advisory boards, your academic policy committees for your charter schools are also governmental bodies. Public commissions and some committees, those are all governmental bodies. And so a governmental body is one that has the authority to establish policies or make decisions for a public entity. So you're making decisions for a public school, you are part of a governmental body. So the OMA is designed to allow the public to watch board members deliberate and vote on agenda items. You just reorganized your board after the elections. You did so using secret voting. You and your board technically violated the OMA. True or false?
I feel like I'm such a cheater because I know the answer because I attended the thing, but I can explain it. It's like Steve's presentation. Can I?
Go ahead.
It is false because it is the only secret ballot allowed underneath the Open Meetings Act. Yeah.
It is the only secret ballot that's allowed, exactly. Organization of the board. Your board is having a meeting and a member of the board is present via Zoom. As the meeting is getting started, the chair asks if there's any objection to approving the agenda. With no objection, the motion passes and the chair moves on. Your, I should say board, has now violated the OMA. True or false?
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so it's true. The part of the Open Meetings Act is that, and we'll get to there right now, what's required to comply. One, reasonable notice, but this identifying and recording of each member's vote. So if you have a member that's on Zoom, the public needs to be able to identify how that member on Zoom has voted. And so the way that, the best practice is to do a roll call whenever you have, for every vote, when you have anybody that's participating via teleconference.
Advisory members. So they vote to provide their perspective, but their vote does not count when it comes to.
That's a good question.
Our military reps are often on Zoom,
Only.
and so, and they vote, but,
They're part of the makeup of your board, so I'm inclined to say yes.
But the only without objection ones that we don't do a roll call vote are like the move to executive session, move to adjourn. They're not ever a part of our executive sessions. And moving to adjourn is,
Everybody just kind of moves to adjourn.
yeah. So I don't think, because every other time when we've done an actual vote, we do a roll call
But that's
vote.
what we do, but we're talking
Mhm.
about act,
Then,
still relevant.
so I'd be inclined, since they're part of your board bylaw that says they're part of the board, I'd be inclined to say that, yes, they're part of the board and you should have your roll call vote. Reasonable public notice. Does anybody have any idea what's reasonable? You do. Your policy says 5 days, but, and, I guess I should say and. Go ahead.
Oh, well, if there is a legitimate state of emergency, it can be small, but like at that point, you should have news agencies calling you. And if you're going to do a like emergency meeting, you would need to have your communication team contact all of the news agencies and make sure that all of that information is out there and you don't want to abuse that thing. For special meetings, I think it was 48 hours if it was.
That's in your policies.
Yeah.
Yep. So reasonable, as for the Open Meetings Act, the Open Meetings Act doesn't actually say what's reasonable. They leave it to you to say, what are you going to call reasonable in your bylaws? So you and your bylaws have said 5 days for regular meetings, I think 24 or 48 for special meetings, I don't remember off the top of my head. And like you explained, emergency meetings can be even less. But typically those, when you have an emergency meeting, it's like when there was the big earthquake down in Anchorage or a big storm up in Northwest. there are actual emergencies, or an example I like to use is up north, like if the furnace has gone out and it's gonna be over the budget, hasn't been budgeted to fix or replace the furnace, you need to have an emergency meeting before the school freezes up. I mean, if you can't wait that 24 to 48 hours for your special meeting, that could be an emergency meeting. So where you identify what that reasonable notice is, since this act only says reasonable, you're going to find that in your bylaws. And your bylaws should authorize teleconferencing or video conferencing if you're going to have people participating that way, and yours do. We've talked about this a little bit already, but what's different if even one member is connected via video or phone conferencing?
Roll call vote.
Roll call vote. This is because the public has the right to know how every member has voted. A unanimous consent identifies all members as voting in the affirmative, so if you're in person, just this is voting in general, you can say, ask for unanimous consent, or the board chair could say, is there any objection to whatever the motion is? If there is objection, then a board member just needs to say, I object, and then the board chair would move on with regular voting. But if you have anybody on teleconferencing or televideo, it requires a roll call vote. As elected officials, you're expected to vote. Oops, sorry, went too far. This line on recusal only for conflict of interest, that's something that we have in our model policies, but it's also part of statute, is that as elected officials, you're expected to vote. Sometimes I've been at meetings where board members have been like, oh, I don't have enough information, I abstain. Well, you're an elected official. You have to vote. You can vote no because you're not comfortable with the motion and the way it reads, but you're expected to vote. The only time where you're not able, when you shouldn't vote, is if you have a recusal for a conflict of interest. Like, I would always declare, when my sister was a teacher, so when it came to approval of teacher contracts, I would say, you know, I need to declare a potential conflict of interest. My sister's on a list of teachers. We have completely separate households, whatever, and then the board would decide. And sometimes the board said, you guys don't live together, you have separate finances, you can go ahead and vote, and I would vote. But sometimes the board said, no, she's your sister, it's too close, you have to recuse yourself, and I would recuse.
When did we get to apply that to Congress? They vote present.
So the Open Meetings Act does not require at least 3 days' notice for a board meeting. True or false? True. Because what is reasonable? Yep, things you want to consider is, depends on the issue or the business that's being discussed. Look it up really quick. Notice. Oh, it's a different policy. I have to. All right.
Would it be under an
Probably. It'd probably be under notice. Do you really need the answer right now, Erin? Okay. Okay. All right, no problem. It's either 24 or 48, one of those. I want to say 24. But, yeah. So when you're determining whether it's reasonable, you want to know what the issue or business being discussed is. If it's a policy change, unless it's one that's required by law for you guys to be compliant with some new change, your policy changes probably could be at a regular meeting. Just notice like a regular meeting. If it's something like your superintendent search, you're probably going to be having special meetings in between your regular meetings because there's a lot of work that goes into doing a superintendent search. Does the issue require board action? If yes, I mean, obviously that's going to be at a special meeting or a regular meeting, or, workshops, you're not taking board action. It's important to specify in your bylaws so the board and the public knows what the group identifies as reasonable, and you've identified those in your board policies. And this is just the statute that talks about reasonable notice, and that's AS 44-62-310. So some examples of reasonable public notice: your annual calendar, if you have a calendar that lists the time, date, and place for each regularly scheduled meeting. Notice of a regular meeting and tentative agenda posted at least 5, it is 24, because I pulled these straight out of your policies. I just didn't remember that I did that 3 slides ago. So 5 days for a regular meeting, 24 hours. No, I probably could have just asked Carm. I hadn't even thought about that.
Ask me what?
How much notice for a special meeting? 24 hours.
I believe.
Yeah, is. And then contacting the local media or for emergency meetings. The board wants to have a discussion with its attorney regarding the non-retention policy. The attorney shows up and meets with the board on this topic. The meeting did not occur in executive session because it was not attorney-client communication under the Open Meetings Act. True or false? Just talking about the non-retention policy. Yes. Right. Yep, it's not something which will have a negative impact on the finances of the district. It's not something that's going to impugn the reputation or character of any individual. It's not required to be confidential by charter or governmental or state. And I can't remember what the other one is, but it doesn't fall under either of those. So meeting with your attorney to talk about a policy is going to be something that's going to happen in open session. The superintendent wants to discuss the sensitive issue of reorganizing, for example, laying off employees. It would clearly be best if this could occur in private. The board can have this discussion in executive session because it's a matter concerning school finances and personnel, jobs. True or false? It's actually false, exactly, because it's not about a specific individual. When you're talking about your budget and you're talking about laying off of employees, you're not talking about, I'm going to lay off Tiffany and I'm going to lay off Timmy. It's, we're going to lay off and here's the plan and these. Yeah. Yep. So what are the reasons that you can enter executive session? We touched on this a second ago. So negotiations would fall under something which the immediate knowledge of would have a clear and adverse impact on the finances of the public entity. Because if your negotiation units know, okay, well, this is the maximum that they're going to allow, why would they accept less? So that's where your negotiations are going to fall under. Subjects that tend to prejudice the reputation and character of any person, provided that that person may request a public discussion. And I've seen that happen before. People have said, I don't want the board to be talking about me in an executive session. I want it out here in the open. And right. The other two reasons that you can have executive session: matters which by law, municipal charter, or ordinance are required to be confidential, and matters involving the consideration of government records that by law are not subject to public disclosure. These two are less common. The first two are the ones that you will use the vast majority of the time. Yes. Because if you're going to be doing interviews or reviewing applications, having your debate, you're talking about individuals, it may impugn or prejudice the reputation or character of the individuals that you're talking about. The board has conducted the superintendent's evaluation in executive session and votes on amending the superintendent's contract in executive session. This doesn't violate the OMA. True or false? False.
No action can be taken.
Right. No action can be taken in executive session. No action by the board. That said, you can give direction to your negotiating unit or your attorney,
But not by a vote.
but not by a vote.
Finding consensus and all, everyone's fine. All right.
So the executive session process, it has to be convened in a public meeting. Anytime you have an executive session, you have to start in a public meeting. A majority of the board must vote to go into executive session, and you describe the subject of the executive session as much as possible without violating the intent of the having an executive session. So it might be, we're going to enter executive session for matters which may prejudice the reputation and character of any individual, to talk about or to hear a grievance, or to talk about personnel.
If someone
If the majority of the board votes to enter executive session, then that person can still join the executive session.
Right, but if they,
If they vote no, I mean,
do they need to?
Talked about in there, like, know whether what,
Right,
Whether
and
it's
that's probably what usually happens, but does that?
I mean, they could, I guess, leave. It would be, in essence, a leaving the meeting.
Like an intent,
They would be not in attendance.
But do you have to have a quorum to enter executive session?
Yes,
Well, you're
do
in it.
any business.
yes.
So Troy is putting out a notice, don't do that.
I have been in meetings or watched meetings where it was split from the board whether they were going to enter executive session or not. In those cases, I believe everybody went to the executive session when it was declared, but there were people that did not want to.
we've had that before with people, but
So, once you're in executive session, only subjects mentioned in the motion may be discussed, and any action must be taken in an open session. So, if the board's going to take any action, you have to come out of the meeting to take, or out of the executive session to take any action. The board has concluded the superintendent's evaluation, but since they're in executive session, they would like an update on the complaint the board received last week. This is this is allowable because it may impugn the reputation or character of an individual. All right, yep, it is false.
Executive session and then go back in executive session.
Yep. And that's how I would recommend it happening. Like, if you want to talk about the complaint the board received, you would exit executive session and do it
did you have to notice that you were gonna talk about?
only if you're going to take action.
Already been noticed.
Then
Only if you're gonna take action, talk about it.
the board goes into executive session to review a complaint about an employee. The employee says that they have the right to be in the executive session since it's about them. The chair disagrees and says only the board has the right to be in the executive session. This does not violate the OMA.
Double negative. Absolutely nobody except elected board members has the right to be in your executive session. You invite and it doesn't matter. We can invite anyone we want in, and we can also send everybody out. It is completely up to the board who enters our executive session. It is ours and ours alone.
But what about that part that says, oh, then it wouldn't be an executive session?
Oh, I'm goofing around person. It's not Steve Chestnut. Who's our lawyer? John Cedar. It's because we keep working with this person, and now he's in my brain as the person we talked to on Zoom. But superhero guy, John Cedar, who did this whole presentation. There we go. No, you're
John
right.
is a superhero.
John Cedar. Well, he did a whole presentation with Marvel Comics. Yes, he did. Characters on Open Meetings Act. Drilled it into us. Disembodies heads that we talk to.
I lost track of what I was saying now. Oh, yeah, so if you have to notice somebody that they're going to be talked about in executive session, and they could request that it be in an open session, at which point the board has two choices. They can either say, yeah, okay, we'll have it in open session, or, okay, guess we won't have that conversation right now. But they don't, you're absolutely right, that the only people who are entitled to be in executive session are the board members. They're an elected official.
What if you wanna talk about that?
They have they're an elected official.
Yeah.
So the person that the executive session is about is not entitled to be there, I guess, unless they're a board member. I mean, that would be an interesting question to, like I said, I'm not like John. John's an attorney, he can make. But the board can invite whoever they wish to attend their executive session. So since you're in the middle of a search, you're probably well familiar with the practice of inviting your search consultant in to help you with your search. The day after an executive session regarding a student discipline issue, a board member approaches the parent of a student to ask for their side of the story. Since the board member attended the executive session and it was about their child, this isn't an OMA violation. I'll see.
Can't talk about what happens. Happens in executive sessions.
Executive
It's
session is like
Fight
Vegas.
Club. First rule about Fight Club, you talk about Fight Club.
So the whole confidentiality is super important to executive session. That is the sole purpose of having an executive session, is to have a confidential conversation or discussion. Everybody's expected to maintain confidentiality. Indeliberate or deliberate releases of information outside of executive session could result in punitive action by the board. So, oh, I didn't mean to let it slip. Doesn't matter. A deliberate release of information can result in personal liability to you, and your indemnity with the board may not be upheld. Only the board gets to decide, what can be released out of an executive session. And that should be decided probably right there when you, the superintendent search is a great example of okay, we're going to announce who our 3 finalists are going to be. Or when you're doing the superintendent evaluation, when we come out of executive session, we're going to share that we have conducted the superintendent evaluation, we've discussed it with the superintendent, we've identified 3 priorities for the superintendent moving forward, and the board decides that this is the information that's going to be shared moving forward with the board. Or
After coming out of an
if the board has decided to share anything coming out of executive session. As chair, I used to come out and say, you know, we are exiting executive session at 1:55 p.m. No action was taken. This is what we can share, if there was anything that we could share. Sometimes there wasn't.
I just heard a lot that we
In some cases, you may be able to share information, but like I said, that has to be decided by the board, what will be shared. And the public, like it or not, there are just times when you come out of executive session and you're going to adjourn and they're not going to get the information that they're hoping that they're going to get. No problem. Hi. No worries. A board member posts about a board action on social media. 2 other members comment and a third likes the post. Since the action didn't happen in executive session, this isn't an OMA violation. True or false?
False. It's a serial meeting created and a group got in trouble with it down in Wasilla, Anchorage. And a whole lawsuit happened.
It was an OMA violation.
And if enough of us are members of like a closed Facebook group or something and liking posts, that is also considered. That was how the whatever, there was some group in Wasilla or Anchorage and enough members were members of it and liking and commenting, and it went to court.
So just realize that you can't take off your school board hat when you're on social media. I mean, you may be sitting there, I'm like, I'm just Tiffany, I'm just a mom, but no, I will always be viewed as Tiffany, the school board member. It's kind of like when you call the school. I don't know how many of you have ever had this experience, but I'd call the school, I'm like, hey, I'm calling as Hawk's mom. Is this teacher available? I'll patch you right through, Ms. Jackson. I'm just like, no, I was asking the question, hold on. Not trying to be disruptive. But you always get viewed as having that school board hat on. And because this had 4 board members involved in the posting, the liking, and the commenting, that is a serial meeting of the board.
When I first came on the board, I attended a training, and it was not by John, but it was by AASB. It was the new board member orientation or something like that. They had a conversation about this, and there was a lot of conversation about, well, how do you know if every single member of the board isn't just reading it and not commenting and not saying anything? You know, is that okay? What if the person doesn't like the post, but they like a comment way down at the bottom, or, you know, like just a lot of particular arguing about it? And the person who was administering that kind of seemed to think just like being present in a group with other people who were on the board wasn't always a violation, but that only the engagement was a violation.
Like being in a meeting.
Like if you're all on the Newsminer, you know, you all are followers of the Newsminer, it doesn't make it a violation because you all read the same newspaper article, even if it was about school. But if you all like start debating about something that has to do with school that was a Newsminer article, like then it is a meeting. But just because you all subscribe to the Newsminer feed doesn't make you a violation. So anyway, you know, I just think sometimes people get a little crazy.
I was just going to say there are no school board police.
Everybody in the school board.
Every-
There
eh,
is nobody and also everybody.
Yeah, it's nobody and everybody.
But they do bring lawsuits.
They do bring lawsuits.
The one that was the caveat that kind of is different than what you're saying with the Newsminer, with the, I think it was a Wasilla board. It was that it was a closed group. If it were a public group, then it was different, but because it was a closed group not open to the public, and the members were participating within these threads, that became a open meetings violation because they were discussing board business that they could later vote on, but it wasn't, everybody couldn't see it. And they shouldn't have been discussing board business that everyone can vote on anyways, but it made it that much worse. I'll find the article. It was a whole thing.
So it sounds like there's that and then this gets back to our conversation earlier. What is participation? But that active participation in the post is, well, and this could very easily be, you know, 4 board members were at a Christmas party and start talking about the budget or the superintendent's evaluation, or like it could be anywhere. It doesn't even need to be on a virtual platform. It could be these people somewhere else outside of a board meeting start having this conversation, and that becomes an Open Meetings Act violation. So what are some of the Open Meetings Act violations? Serial meetings, that's when you have more than 3 board members discussing board business. Lack of reasonable notice. So we talked about reasonable notice for Fairbanks being 5 days for your regular meeting, 24 hours for your special meeting, or emergency meetings, a different pot of beans altogether. But so if you weren't providing that 5 days notice, or you weren't providing that 24 hours notice for a meeting, that could be a violation of the Open Meetings Act. Improperly executed executive sessions. Improperly notifying people who are the subject of an executive session, and breach of confidentiality are all potential OMA violations. So the board discusses the budget in executive session and thinking it qualified under items which the immediate knowledge of would have negative impact on the district. They learn that this isn't true and rehold the whole debate in an open session at their next meeting. This is a valid resolution for an Open Meetings Act violation. Yes. And we had a lot of boards, this came up a lot during COVID, where people, you know, they'd go to a meeting. This happened with, I want to say, I know personally of at least 3 boards where masking got added to the agenda at the meeting, and they made a decision regarding masking, and then afterwards the public went, well, we didn't know you were going to be doing that, and so it comes back. So the boards had to go back and rehold those meetings. They're calling us up. What do we do? Open Meetings Act violation. Rehold the meeting. And that's, oops, we violated. So the board, now what? The board just, and that, it needs to be a full and substantial reholding of the meeting. It can't be, okay, we're just gonna, yeah, we know where we all stand. We're gonna vote this way, that way, the other. It needs to be, okay, good faith effort, hearing all the information, having the full debate, getting any public comment. It needs to be a full holding of the meeting to address any Open Meetings Act violations regarding to public notice. So a board member asked to add an action item to the agenda at the meeting. The chair reminds the member that this violates the public's right to reasonable notice of what the governing body would be discussing as per the OMA. The chair is correct in this scenario. True or false? Yeah, it just best practice. Robert's rules, if you're just following Robert's, if you were not a public body, Robert's rules allows for adding things at the agenda or modifying your agenda when you get to the meeting, but you're a public body. So you have extra rules on top of that. And so you don't want to be adding things at the agenda or adding things to the agenda at the meeting, because then your public just doesn't have any notice that you're of what you're going to be discussing. Correct.
And so if
Robert's rules actually doesn't require you to approve the agenda. It's required, a 2/3 vote of the body is required to change the agenda.
but you can't add.
You could take things away. So you could take things off of the agenda, you can move the order of the agenda. You can't add to the agenda. Mm-hmm.
Had a desperate desire to add something that you want. Thing. Out there in the public that you want it, and FYI, everyone knows that it's having trouble getting something heard.
Just adds chaos and the work.
And my suggested best practice would be, from your policy that your regular meetings need to have 5 days notice. So I would work with your president and say, okay, if we need to have 5 days notice for posting of our meetings, when are you working with the superintendent to develop this agenda? Is it 6 days ahead of time? Is it 7 days ahead of time? And well, but your board should know, because the board should know if you're doing that 6, 7, 8 days ahead of time, so that if board members want to get something on the agenda, they know, okay, well, if the president's doing this 7 days ahead of time, then I need to let them know 8, 9, 10 days before that I want to get something on the agenda.
How do other, because I know this has come up in past boards, not you, not at all about Choya, where a president is not adding things to the agenda even though a board member or multiple board members want something on the agenda, and since they said it, like, what's the best practice, or like, is there something in policy or AR that should say, like, if the board president disagrees, then this is how something gets on the agenda, even though?
I think April's comment is pretty spot on as to how one way that you could do that, say, while you're during board comments, I'd like to request that on the agenda. That way it's put out there, it's in public. That, do you guys have board comment on your agenda? Yeah, okay.
But sometimes not the current board. Not the current board, not the current board president. But if a meeting ran long, they would say there will be no board comments.
Okay.
So that would not be best practice either, right? That we should do everything on our agenda, including allow board comments if we've got it written in there without.
Well, it would
amending the
require
agenda.
a 2/3 vote if you're going to remove something from the agenda, it requires a 2/3 vote from the body to remove something. So the body should, the president should have asked permission from the body. I'd entertain a motion to remove board comment from the agenda, and then it would take, whatever 2/3 of 7 is. I'd have to do the math. 0.66. It would take 5 people. Another venue of doing that is, your email is official business of the district. If you have a situation where there's multiple people that you have to be careful not to be violating that Open Meetings Act, saying, hey, Tiffany, could you ask Troya to add this to the agenda? Timmy, can you ask this to, you want to avoid that. But if legitimately it's come up in a meeting, it hasn't made it to the agenda yet, you could send an email to the board chair, I'd like to request that this be added to the agenda. And if the board chair gets that from 3, 4 people, whoever, then they know, okay, this seems to be something that we should be addressing as a board and should be on the agenda. Board members Bob and Sally discussed the superintendent evaluation while grabbing coffee. Board members Julie and John also discussed the superintendent evaluation on the phone. These interactions resulted in an OMA violation. It can happen unintentionally. You can unintentionally violate the Open Meetings Act. You had 4 people talking about the superintendent's evaluation.
But they didn't talk to each other. There's
But-
no overlap. Bob and Sally, Julie and John.
I'll talk to Brandy, I talked to Aaron and April, that would be OMA.
That would be a serial meeting, like where you're in a chain. But if you have 4 people that are, even though you're not talking to each other, it's an unintentional violation.
But you'd have no way of knowing.
You would have no way of knowing unless,
Like, that's
Unless-
April's point. We've taken this to an extreme.
yeah. Yeah, it is an extreme example, but if Steve was tapping John's phone and then eavesdropping on Bob,
Brandy, no tapping my phone.
it is an extreme example, because how would you know? Yeah.
But then it would be,
Yeah.
as soon as they communicate with each other, then it would be. But until then, there's no way that what the.
Or if Sally said to Julie, hey, can we talk about the superintendent evaluation? And Julie goes, hey, I've already talked about it with John. And Sally goes, whoops, I've already talked about it with Bob. And then Sally and Julie know about it.
Talk about it, they only know that other people talk.
That's where it becomes threatening, this open meeting. Tries to keep you in check and keep you apart. But in a second sense, that if I'm trying to brainstorm and make clarity, it kind of.
So this
Just
slide
the-
says that you can never talk to any other board member ever about anything to do with the board, even one.
That's pretty much what.
That's
that
what
is.
that slide
That's exactly what
But
that
like.
And that would be best
hoping-
practice. That would be best practice. If you're going to be talking about board business, do it at the board table.
But this is saying it's OMA violation, not just
And I'm saying best practice is that you never talk about board business. If you're
any board.
with any board member, if you're you do it at the board table. That's your best practice. If you come to the board meeting that way, because if I'm having a conversation with April, if we're discussing board business, we're creating our own biases and opinions and everything. And you guys are not going to benefit from any of the conversation that we're having. I'm making me a board member in this example. Not that I'm honored enough to be a part of your board.
We
You all want to be able to benefit from the expertise of each other. So I'm just saying that the best practice is, I understand that like you gave the example earlier that, you know, when I talk to somebody, I say, you're the only person I'm talking to, or you're the second person I'm talking to. And,
You're saying don't even do that.
I recommend having all your conversations at the board table.
But your
Okay.
board meetings would last forever.
That's why you have workshops.
Well,
But-
here's a question that I have then. So, I completely understand, I hear that 100%. So, do we have the discussions? Because, like, as a new board member, if, say, something who I take this to, that would be a violation. So can I come to the meeting, like, say, but can we talk, or do we have to wait for public?
I,
I wouldn't talk to you.
I wouldn't before the meeting. About a piece of business.
How do we do any work?
And I think like, there's the spirit of the law and the letter of the law, and this is also a legal interpretation of the
Yeah.
law, where we read the law and it's real
Yeah.
brief.
Yeah, it's super brief.
So this is one person's interpretation.
Yes.
Are we, you could take it to this extreme, but at this extreme, that hinders the business of the district accomplishing anything. And it also, it's like that is you could take everything to the most, my son does it all the time, the most extreme conclusion ever.
I've got one of those.
But yeah,
I got one too.
then you, you can't accomplish anything. There has to be a reasonable amount of, that you ask something, or like just even asking a question. As new board members, you know, like Troy asked me questions. I'm like, oh, I didn't know about that. You should, you know, have you looked into this? Or April and I just had a conversation about special
So-
education.
Just because you want it to be true, it doesn't make it.
Well, and what is the remedy if you violate the OMA?
You talk
You,
about it in
you talk about it in public. You put it on the agenda, you go, okay.
I had everybody give me 2 lines to make a funding resolution. President's report, I said, I've asked the board, each board member, so we can formulate a resolution, our school funding resolution. Like that resolution come before you?
That's beyond my level of expertise.
Spirit of the law, letter of the
Trying to
law.
say, how do I?
Spirit of the law is
Yes.
open and transparent government. Our
And-
legislators in Juneau don't have to follow this law. Let's all be clear.
Well, the remedy is you hold the conversation in public. That is, you rehold it, you have a reasonable, like, full consideration of it in public. The board chair emails the board asking what date and time they would be available for the board meeting. Sally reminds the chair that business like this can't be decided via email because of OMA. Sally is correct. True or false?
But it's
false
a
for your-
extreme conclusion.
Yeah, but it's true, no?
The date, time, location, logistics of a meeting are something like the one thing that you can do via email. Date, time, location. So if that, like, you can't be talking about the superintendent's evaluation via email, you can't be talking about other board business, but date, time, location of a meeting, you can decide that, and that's it. That's it. Yes, I'm available Tuesday at 6 o'clock at the district's office. Then just leave it at that, as far as decision-making in any email. I feel like there's lots of questions now.
Or just debate, not
It's a
questions.
very short law.
It's a very short law.
All meetings of governmental bodies with some specific exceptions are held in public for the public to see and hear and provide citizens with opportunity to attend and participate. We have taken it to, you cannot
Hey,
speak to another board
Have
member.
you ever heard the
Well, I just,
Constitution
as
that has
new
been
board
made
members
into
too,
entire
so like
federal
Brandy and
government
I are
system?
brand new, right? That makes it kind of hard. I don't necessarily publicly want to announce my.
Well, the president should be your guide. Like, if you have questions like, who should I be talking to? Like, but your president is who you should be referring questions to. Like, if I got a call from so and so, I don't know how to address this call. How would I address? Like, those should be funneled through your president.
Water hose, trying to get an answer. It's getting better though.
Joy is going down.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
No, I have a question. This is
Okay.
serious this time. This is a serious question. Stop that from happening in the future or point it out to them, like, what is best practice in that? Like, say you realize that these two people talked, but then you talk to a different person and they're like, oh yeah, I talked to those two people too. And like, then they're there talking to you about it too. And you're like, wow, we just had a serial meeting. Like, okay, you say you want to remedy it by
Put it on the
stop
agenda.
and talk about that thing, whatever it was. But, I mean, just like best practice, what do you say? Like,
And I
how
think
do you
that,
address that
how would I address that?
with your fellow board members without public? What if you think it had intention, right?
I think if it were depending on the situation, I would consider asking the board president if we could have an executive session to talk about board conduct.
Like, one of our board norms is if you have a problem with somebody specifically on the board, privately, but, so then we can talk to them privately about that. Norm says that if you have a issue with another member, don't address it in public, that you address it privately with that member, because we should assume positive intent, or, you know, all of that. So then can we have that conversation privately with that member, or is it?
Well, is it, I mean, like in the example that was used, it was a number of members and not just one member. So that's why I think having an executive session, like if you wanted to talk to 3 or 4 people at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, in a
About-
separate one, so that's, I'm just going back to that other, like, you can't talk to any one member of anything about the board, you said it should all happen in person, and I'm not trying to be me, I'm autistic, and I'm generally like, but wait, I wanna know the rules.
Yeah.
So is
Like,
that,
that has to do with what our board norm. Actions in the meeting that about, like, time that we went through that and developed those norms. Crazy stuff at the meetings, like, stop, or I don't want to hear it from you, or talking, or whatever, and it's like, we were trying to address that, relating that kind of stuff, like you talk too much at the meeting, instead of right here, saying like, I think we've all heard enough from you, could you please shut up? Like, no. Wasn't about board business, that, yeah, Yeah, it wasn't about how you voted. If you have a problem with how someone voted, don't vote for them when you vote next time.
But I think that assuming, is violated something, you're
Oh, no, that's okay. That's why I'm here. And, no, and it's a good question. And still, the norm one, I mean, I've chaired a lot of meetings. I was chair of my board for 10 years. And I know that as a chair, I have a habit of just getting through. I'm like, let's get through business. And I've had board members come to me. They're like, you only pause for a second, and we'd really like you to pause for 2 or 3 seconds before we move on. I'm like, okay, that's great. Yeah, I wasn't trying to cut people off. I just know that that's my style. So it's I think that was part of like the norm thing too, is just a personal thing, not how you approach individuals. Anything else? So that is all I have for you today, Ms. Troya, but I do have homework for you guys for tomorrow. So tomorrow, what we're going to be doing is we're going to be doing the board self-assessment. I've compiled the results of the assessment. I had 6 out of 7 of the board members complete it. I tried, and but I have those compiled results for you. I would like to, I think it would help expedite our conversations tomorrow if you're able to take those results home tonight and just digest. Is that okay?
Yes. Can I ask a question?
Sure.
The one that this is just, it's related directly to this. Wasn't attached to the public notice. Like, if someone has the slideshow and the slideshow was different than the one that was attached, then, it has to be changed and updated. Like, because we didn't notice that that was gonna be the slide that was shown to us. Like, is that valid? Like, do we have to be that particular about it? I'm trying to think, there was a really specific thing recently.
There was a presentation that we got.
But it's different to like ask, but it was something else,
There was,
something
it was
bigger.
a different one, and it was that it was from the search
From the
firm.
search firm.
And
yeah.
it was because we were displaying it in public to the board, but the public didn't have a way to view it. It was a regular board meeting.
Like they were doing the docs, yeah.
Yeah, and the board was looking at it, it was being displayed, but because then that information wasn't able to be viewed by the public. And
'Cause
that
we were
was,
looking at it on our
and we fixed it by just making sure that it got attached to the agenda after the fact. But then it was there when somebody came back to search later, there was this thing. So if they were watching it on Zoom and then they wanted to look at the document, they had a copy of the document to make sure, which I think goes with open meetings of like, if it's being shown to the board
It was already being. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no
Questions?
questions, yep.
To know what degree does every document that we.
That's a good question.
Have 4 presentations.
Oh, but they're gonna be presented during the meeting.
I know.
So it doesn't make our notice invalid if like. I've just seen some. Have this meeting because we never. Been here that long, so fairly recently, felt like, oh, we can't even have this meeting because we forgot. We're about to show the slides during the meeting.
Carm has her thing. I'll just say it like this. That's why it's important for each board member. Carm will get input. What it does, if I'm not sure the input I'm getting, I've got to clarify the input. Carm gets something, have that 36 years of and stuff. And so while we're trying to get that prepared, vote at us, just think about things coming our way constantly. I get up at 9 and if I don't sleep, you haven't even had anything to eat. Going like, no joke, dude, I know, but I'm trying to. So, yeah, I think I appreciate knowing. I'm not gonna say sometimes it's a lot. And having that thing about, that's why, these little 7 bullet points that we read earlier, it's like that ain't working. That ain't working.
President's job.
That's why the manual, having things there, discuss them. I appreciate when you said, I was thinking about the resolution. About. So it's like, I'll own it and, I will state I feel that this is the board that's going to establish the foundation. Going to be moving things forward. All of the expertise that compiled to make us who we are. So it's just that
So back to your question, what I think I'll do is I'll take it back to AASB and see what like Timmy and Lon think. And then when I do my training report for this training, I'll put an answer in there for what we've come up with. So homework time.
We're out early, it's like 5, it's only 2:30.
Yeah, but there's still, I mean, it's going to take you a little bit of time to read through this. I do want
I
to,
can do that in the comfort of my own home.
yes.
Without a babysitter.
Well, I can pick my kids up from school, which I just texted my husband. I was like, I could do it.
I do want to share that you may see in a couple of places, when we've done this before in the past, sometimes board members have been surprised that it's anonymous, there's no names tied to anything in here, but comments are in here. So there were a couple of comments that I have redacted, just because I thought they were about specific people. So when you see those redacted we could talk about that more tomorrow, but I just wanted to let you know, normally I would not, but when they're about specific people, I thought I would redact a couple of comments. But this, if you could take it home, I don't have any more copies than what I'm giving you, so please remember to bring them back tomorrow. And then I think we'll have a lengthy conversation about the board and operations tomorrow. Anything else, Ms. Sanderson? No, this was the one that. Okay, I think we should be good.
Pass it on.
Take one, pass it on.
Someone text Tim that we're wrapping
You have to make, you don't have to make that decision and
And I made sure Tim got a copy as well. Oh, Tim got one. Tim got one. He got one.
Should you email it?
we don't vote, so. Vote, we can't vote because we're in a work session.